everybody. We are beginning today with a pre-gavel from Councillor Canal. It is not part of our formal agenda, but it is part of our live stream and an important part of our evening together tonight. This will be about 10 minutes, and after that we will open up our formal meeting. Councillor Canal, I will pass it off to you.
Thank you, Madam President. I am proud to sponsor today's pre-gavel in celebration and observance of National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. Our 911 call takers and dispatchers are our city's first responders. They are the lifeline and reassuring voice in an emergency for both our community members and our public safety responders on the scene. Our 911 centers are staffed with hardworking, skilled, and highly trained people 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. My policy advisor and I recently had the privilege of being hosted for a 911 sit-along at the Bureau of Emergency Communications, or BOEC. I want to thank our hosts, Taylor, Courtney, and Amanda. Thank you for all your valuable work and for patient explanations for my staff and I. Portland's 911 Center also answers calls for more than just the city of Portland. We answer for all of Multnomah County, including Gresham, Troutdale, Fairview, and Maywood Park. And to anyone listening out there who'd like to join the BOEC team, recruitment is opening in May. I'll save you the time, Director. You can go to portland.gov/911/work4911 to learn more. 911 is also part of a larger response network. Many know that I'm passionate about that response ecosystem as co-chair of the Community and Public Safety Committee. Director Kazi, who we're going to introduce in a moment, famously says that they're the Bureau of Emergencies, not non-emergencies, and launched the first ever transition to move some of the non-emergency calls to 311. And in the face of limited resources and national staffing shortages, it's essential that we ensure the right response is dispatched at the right time to reduce the burden on 911 and its call takers. And I'm grateful for Director Kazi's leadership on that. So with that, I'll pass it over to Director Kazi and Carolyn Welch, Senior Dispatcher and PPA Workgroup Leader. Following that, we'll have remarks from Community and Public Safety Committee Co-Chair Steve Novick, as well as Councilors Loretta Smith and Jamie Dunphy. Welcome, Director Kazi and Carolyn.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Canal. It's really a privilege being here tonight. Madam President and City Council, I'm Bob Kazi, Director of the Bureau of Emergency Communications, and this week is National Public Safety Telecommunicators Appreciation Week. That's a mouthful. We call it NTW for short, National Telecommunicators Week. And we at BOEC greatly appreciate being recognized for the important life-saving work that we do every day. Our call takers and dispatchers are the first responders. They care deeply about our community. They are the calm voice during a caller's worst day, and they have a tremendous impact on our collective welfare. I brought one of our telecommunicators here with me today. I'd like to introduce Senior Dispatcher Carolyn Welch.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Welch. I'm a senior dispatcher at BOEC. Thank you, Councilor Canal, for inviting me to speak at the pre-gavel. I'm here to represent the group of call takers and dispatchers that serve Portland and the greater Multnomah County at the Bureau of Emergency Communications. It is an honor to be here today while we celebrate National Public Safety Telecommunicator Week. It is true that we show up 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, regardless of what is happening within our community, our personal lives, or even the weather. It is a calling that requires diligent effort to maintain a positive work-life balance. Being exposed to the daily traumas of the community can have an impact on not only us as individuals, but on our families as well as our loved ones. We appreciate Councilor Canal for inviting us today, and all of you for taking the time to recognize and celebrate the work we do. We're also thankful for the support of our union, the Portland Police Association, as well as our partnership with BOEC's leadership and city labor relations. Last but not least, we could not successfully do the work that we do without strong working relationships with the other entities we serve alongside: police, fire, AMR, corrections, road and maintenance workers, and the countless other labor groups within the city and county. Once again, on behalf of our membership, thank you, and happy National Telecommunicators Week.
Thank you. Councillor, I believe we are turning to your co-chair next. Is that correct? Councillor Novick.
I just wanted to express my amazement at the job you do. I mean, like you said, you're dealing with people in incredible stress incredibly emotional situations, and it's your job to get them the help they need as quickly as possible and get off the phone as quickly as possible. And most of the time you don't know what happened. So it's always seemed to me like your job requires this technical skill of an air traffic controller and the emotional resilience of, I don't know, Meryl Streep. It just seems to be it must be it just amazes me that people can do this job day after day, year after year. So I just wanted to say thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name's Loretta Smith. I'm from District 1. I'm one of the 3 councilors, and I want to say it is so good to see you and to know that there are individuals and neighbors who are working at 911, and you are those heroes who wear headsets, and you play a critical role in our emergency response system. And I strongly support the well-paying jobs, Director Calzi, and I believe that telecommunications is a viable career path, especially for those who are brave and committed and dedicated to serving their community. The jobs that you offer are a pathway for young people and those without a college degree to earn a very good wage, nearly $32 an hour. It's hard to look at it as work, but for those who answer the call, you will receive competitive benefits, and you will be able to have the knowledge and the professional development that they offer. Director Bob Kazi, I want to take a moment to recognize you in your leadership. You oversaw the Bureau of Emergency Communications, BOEC, during the height of the pandemic, when there was a hiring freeze and citywide demonstrations, while calls and volumes of calls reached record highs and staffing levels suffered. But you prevailed. This was not just a local issue in Portland, it was part of a national 911 staffing shortage. Yet, Bob, you managed to turn things around. Under your direction, you increased the training division, expanded training academies, and resolved our staffing. So I want to say kudos to you. And as a result, call response times, they have dramatically improved. For 30 years, you have dedicated your career to emergency communications. Your leadership centered on care and compassion. It sets the tone and the stage for exceptional staff that you lead. You have left a lasting impact on Oregon's largest 911 system center and on every life that you have helped to save. So I thank you. It is an honor to know you and to watch you work. Thank you.
Councillor Dunphy.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Kazi, to your whole team, just sincerely thank you. Anyone who's lived in Portland in the last few years has known that our 911 system has been under serious stress, serious understaffing, and it's led to some really tough results for our community. People are calling you on the worst days of their lives, every single day, all day, and the people who you have answering the phones are dedicated professionals who are doing their absolute best. Thanks to the leadership of you and your team, we're seeing the increased call times decrease. We're seeing better call time responses. We're seeing better service for the community, and it is reinstilling that sense of confidence in our system to be able to be there when people call on the worst days of their lives. So thank you to all of your teams for being such an important part of the first responder system and for really focusing and centering those outcomes for our community members.
Thank you. I would like to mention that, our folks like Carolyn and so many others at BOEC, they're the ones doing most of the heavy lifting. So I really want to lift them up because it is Telecommunicator Week after all, and I'm so proud of my team. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
President.
Councillor
Madam
Ryan.
President.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to take a moment, Director Cossey, to acknowledge your vulnerability earlier today. And I really took your comments to heart when your staff levels were low and the calls were at a peak and you had to force overtime. That was your reality. And I can only imagine that the shame that you mentioned was real. I remember going out there over 2 years ago and spending, I don't think you could get rid of me. It was so exciting. And I was there for 2 hours and just really want to hold your team for hanging in there. Those of you that have hung in there, you inspired me on that 2-hour visit back then 2 years ago when it was kind of at the peak, and you continue to inspire me and make me proud today. So thank you, and I really appreciate you being vulnerable earlier today. Happy week, happy celebration.
Thank you.
And Carolyn, please do make sure that your colleagues know how much we all appreciate the work that you do. Councillor Canal, would you like to close?
Yeah, thank you so much. And I just want to recognize also that the entire Bureau was recognized at the Association of Public Safety Communications Officials, APCO, Western Regional Conference, which was hosted here in Portland in March. I had the privilege of hearing your talk, Director Kazi, there. The Deputy Director of BOEC, Steve Maudsley, is the conference co-chair as well. And I also just want to say I learned more in a couple hours that I could have possibly imagined from Taylor and Courtney while we were there. And so I really appreciate that. And with that, I will close out this pre-gavel and pass it back to the president. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Being here. Thank you, Councillor Canal. And I will open our official council meeting for this evening. It is April 16th at 6:11 p.m. Councilors, we have a very full agenda. We have a number of contentious items. We have a number of things on the agenda that your colleagues have brought amendments for. So it is going to be a long evening, possibly at times a heated evening. And I just want to make sure that we all are ready to be as concise as possible and move things through while also taking the time that we need to have the conversations that are important to move this process forward. And to folks who are here watching and are going to be with us through a long evening, please know that we do this because we were asked to have conversations in public, and we know that sometimes that's hard, but it is really important. It's a critical part of the work. Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Canal.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Hammerlane.
Here.
Murillo.
Here.
Novick.
Here.
Clark.
Here.
Green.
Here.
Zimmerman.
Here.
Avalos. Dunphy.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Allegheny.
Here. And Mr. Taylor, could you please read our rules of order and decorum?
Welcome to the Portland City Council. To testify before council in person or virtually, you must sign up in advance on the council agenda at www.portland.gov/council/agenda. Information on engaging with council can be found on the council clerk's webpage. Individuals may testify for 3 minutes unless the presiding officer states otherwise. The microphone will be muted when your time is over. The presiding officer preserves order. Disruptive conduct such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If you cause a disruption, a warning will be given. Further disruption will result in ejection from the meeting. Anyone who fails to leave once ejected is subject to arrest for trespass. Additionally, council may take a short recess and reconvene virtually. Your testimony should address the matter being considered. When testifying, please state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. If you are a lobbyist, please identify the organization you represent. Virtual testifiers should please unmute themselves when the council clerk calls your name. Thank you.
Thank you. The first item on our agenda is agenda approval. Are there any requests to amend the agenda? Okay, do we have unanimous consent to approve the agenda? Great. Next item on the agenda is public comment. Keelan, could you please invite up the folks who are here with us tonight?
First up, we have Addie Smith. Addie is joining us online.
Welcome, Addie. Please introduce yourself and go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Addie Smith, and as you guys can see, I'm at your old meeting place. I went to the wrong place. I wanted to be there in person to deliver this message, but I'm at your old office, so whatever. Today is April 16th, 2025. Today I'm speaking before the Portland City Council, and I'm speaking about problematic Portland as well as the state of Oregon, and that landlords and attorneys and judges in Multnomah County are violating House Bill 2001. Before I begin, I want to address something that has been circulating across this country. I want people to know that Democrats in Oregon have done the same thing to African American men and women the Trump administration is doing to Kilmar Abrego Garcia, Audrey Hernandez Romero, and thousands of others. While innocent African American men and women aren't being sent yet to El Salvador, they are being incarcerated for crimes they didn't commit and are spending lengths of time in jail, either awaiting sentencing or being sentenced to jail time after proving their innocence by racist judges like Ricardo Menchaca, Kathleen Proctor, Eric Boucher, Brandon Thompson, and Judge Andrew Irwin, who gives attorneys and judges probation after they've been convicted of either watching child porn or participating in child porn. These judges are in Washington County Circuit Court, but the racism and discrimination and violations of the laws of the state of Oregon are being executed by judges throughout the state with impunity. They aren't being held accountable for violating the laws of the state or the laws and rights of the defendants who come before them, oftentimes due to absolutely no investigation by police and deputies in this state. African American young men are languishing in jail for years in Oregon for crimes they didn't commit. And Governor Tina Kotek does absolutely nothing about it. I believe nationally it is time for us, African Americans, to leave the Democrat Party. I don't mean leave this party to be part of the Republican Party or part of the Green Party. It is time for us to establish our own party while Trump is burning this country down. It's not just Oregon, a Democrat-led state, that innocent African Americans are languishing in jails. It's also Washington State, California, New York, all Democrat-led states. These same states wherein Democrats are seemingly outraged that Trump has sent innocent people to El Salvador, but are silent when judges and police do it in their own states. In Oregon, African Americans make up less than 2% of the demographic. So the politicians don't care about our votes because they don't impact the electorate. But nationally, our votes determines House, Senate seats, judges, and the presidency. 31.78% of people voted for Trump, 30.84% people voted for Kamala Harris, 36.33% of people did not vote. 1% of the people voted third party, while the majority of people voted for someone other than Trump. That 36% of people who stayed home did so because Kamala Harris refused to stop sending bombs and money to Israel to commit genocide. Once again, Democrats are hurting Black and brown people and still expecting our vote. Why? Because Trump is so much worse. It is time for African Americans to leave the Democrat Party. Our rights under the law, our children, our lives, our neighborhoods.
Addie, thank you. I'm so sorry, but we need to make sure to stay on time tonight. Thank you for being here, though, with us.
Next up, we have Audrey Zunkel-DeCourcy.
Welcome, Audrey. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, good evening. My name is Audrey Zunkel-DeCourcy, and I am speaking tonight as a private citizen. I am before you to address the Leaf Day program. PBOT, it's time to turn over a new leaf. I know, that's cheesy. Okay. At a moment of tight budgets and at a moment of newly unified administration of city services, this is the moment to reset how our city does fall leaf sweeping. For some quick background, 5 years ago, I lived in a house with one straight tree that dumped its leaves by Labor Day, so when our leaf day rolled around Thanksgiving, it was not so helpful. Then 3 years ago, we moved all of 11 blocks away to a block not covered by Leaf Day. I now have 5 mature maples lining the street, and I get to rake the street leaves myself. We live on a greenway, so thousands of cyclists ride past every day, contending with slippery, wet leaves all fall and winter and spring. They're still there. I submitted my written testimony earlier today to you by email, including photos as evidence of what the streets look like along this route, caked with mush, slippery, and unsafe. 2 elementary school bike buses roll along that very same slippery street, and up in the balcony, you can see 2 of the wonderful kids who ride their bikes to school along this unswept, leafy bike route. Vice President Tiffany rode with us one of those days. This is unfair and it is unequitable. I also submitted as evidence the map of the Leaf Day zones, where you can see which neighborhoods are covered and which are not. There is not one in District 1. We can do better. So let's have urban forestry talk with PBOT. Can Portland meet our goals of expanding Portland's tree canopy if we're only sweeping the leaves from the trees in some neighborhoods? It was one thing when residents paid for the leaf day, $15 a year, I think, but now it's free, which means I am paying taxes to fund someone else getting a service I don't, and this is mostly benefiting wealthier neighborhoods. Every Portland neighborhood deserves to have its streets swept. But if budget cuts mean we can't sweep everywhere, then we should prioritize bike routes and safe routes to schools. Or rotate every year. There's different solutions. There's lots of ways we can make our streets safer for bikers, especially our youngest riders. I support the 500 is Plenty initiative to reduce car traffic on greenways. Street sweeping would be another way to make bike travel safer in every part of our city. Maybe this can be partly funded by PSEF even. So I want to thank city workers who clean our streets, who might be worrying about their jobs. Their work is important. We have plenty of work for them to do. I will submit my letter also to Mr. Jordan in hopes he can direct reconsideration of this program. And I want to thank you for your attention on this. You have so many important things on your plate. We see you. You're working hard. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you for being here.
Next up, we have Jeff Weitzel.
Welcome, Jeff. Please introduce yourself and go right ahead.
For the record, my name is Jeffrey Weitzel. Councilors, President Pertolghini, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My friends, if more Portlanders were biking around our city instead of driving for their daily trips, it would be to Portland's great benefit. Cleaner air, less congested roads, fewer lives lost in car crashes. We'd also have fewer potholes. Bikes need much less road space than cars, and they do barely any damage to pavement, so our roads budget would go much, much farther. None of this is news to the Portland Bureau of Transportation. Since 2009, a key planning goal in Portland has been that a full quarter of commute trips be by bike by 2030. Despite this laudable foresight, despite Portland's world-famous bicycle culture, the number of cyclists recorded in PBOT's annual bicycle count fell almost every year from 2014 to 2022, and we are still 46% down from the peak. Here in the bicycle capital of North America, something has gone terribly wrong. Councilors, this is now in your hands. If we want the clean air, safe streets, and well-maintained pavement promised by thousands of Portlanders trading their cars for bikes, something must change. Our 2035 transportation system plan imagines streets with almost as many bikes on them as cars. If we're serious about that, and we should be, we must make our streets as welcoming to bikes as they are to cars. Any rider from 8 years old to 88 should have the ability to bicycle anywhere in the city without fear. Those are different streets than we have today, and a different city, a better city. This year of budget crisis happens to be the perfect time to get things moving in the right direction. Cyclists feel safer and happier with other cyclists. This offers us a virtuous circle. Tempt 1,000 new riders onto their bikes with inexpensive measures like commuter bike buses and flower pots on greenways to slow and divert cars, and the next 1,000 bikers will come easier, and the 1,000 after that easier still. Attend to this virtuous circle, and you can build up a lot of forward momentum on the cheap. PSEF grants could buy us even more. My friends, Portland loves bikes. We all know that. I believe that someday Portland will have even more bikes on its streets than cars, and those streets will be a party. Vision Zero will no longer be a vision, the asphalt will be like silk, and PBOT will have all the money it needs. Councilors, I ask you, keep the virtuous circle of cycling in Portland turning. Keep the bike numbers going up and to the right. It will take attention and courage and creativity, but our city will be the better for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Next up, we have Brandon Morgove.
Brandon, please introduce yourself and go right ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, I can hear myself.
We can hear you even a few inches back from there.
Okay.
You're welcome to take a seat if you'd like.
I feel more comfortable like this. So this is my first time in City Council. My name is Brandon. I'm here to talk about homelessness and some plans to address it. This is the first day I can get here, and maybe the only day for quite a while. Summer's coming. First off, I'll also thank the first responders. They came within like 3 minutes when I had to Narcan someone the other day, and they actually talked me through the process of resuscitating, so I can attest they did their job well. And as far as the leaves, I mean, maybe in the parks, if they just kind of left some of those leaves by the trees and then transported those workers to the places that need leaves, you know, that'd be good for the trees and probably good for the streets. But as for the homeless, Mayor Wilson's plan, I don't believe is sufficient. I believe he seems good on paper. I'm looking forward to see what he has to offer. But unless the city changes its kind of attitude and approach towards the homeless, it ain't going to get better. And so here are my points. First off, I think to help the homeless, identify who does and who does not want to be on the street. If someone doesn't want to be on the street, good. Those are the first people who should get off. Some people like being on the street as a way of life. I don't advocate for it, but so my second point, and on the first point, the city of Portland can absorb some homelessness. No homelessness is like authoritarianism. A city that is willing to have some homeless is actually a healthy city, I believe. Jesus said the poor will always be with you. Okay, number two, come up with a way to enlist more Portlanders to work at micro-villages or shelters. And I'm gonna call this. I mean, you have plenty of people working DoorDash and Uber every night, and yet you can't staff a homeless shelter during a winter ice storm. There definitely needs to be more calling out Portland on its general attitudes for the homeless. Maybe we didn't have 20 bike rides running around for LGBTQ. Was there one bike ride for the homeless? No. Then maybe they wouldn't be blocking your trails as much, honestly. Point number 4. When people are trying to get their lives together, you might want to check on them a bit. I mean, imagine you're a poor person and you go to like an Oxford house, and the person running the Oxford house is corrupt, which in this day and age can quite happen. You gotta have some people go there and investigate. You don't want to have a vulnerable person who's gone through all this stuff to try and get their life together, being in a corrupt place. And I've been homeless myself for a couple of years off and on. Thankfully, I have a place now, but I can attest, that does go on. These are not empty words either. What I'd like to say is, if one thing that's important, this town needs more of a focus on helping there be less low-income people and less of a focus on there being more low-income housing. And these are not empty words. I just got back from today working, trying to create a program for the homeless in another town, not picking up trash, mind you, a program that's actually kind of putting them in a beneficial mindset where they can learn and grow. And I also have a plan to turn Lloyd Center into a hybrid housing for the homeless, as well as a shopping center. And I have a written up plan for that. And I sent it to all the papers. They didn't publish it or any of my other stuff, which has legitimacy. And so if I could pass off either of these.
I'm sorry.
Can I help you, ma'am? I was gonna finish one more point saying I would like to pass off to the city councilors an essay I wrote on turning Lloyd Center into affordable housing, as well as a general plan I have. I call it the Morgan proposal, for lack of a better term.
If you go ahead and send that to us, I'm sure folks will take a look at it. I know that I will. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight.
Yeah, so in here is it's my plan, the Morgan proposal, combined with my plan to turn Lloyd Center into affordable housing.
Thank you.
Hybrid shopping center.
Next up, we have Alan Combs. Alan Combs. It doesn't look like they've joined us.
Okay, well, thank you so much to our 4 speakers. We appreciate you being here with us, sharing important messages. This is an important time for us to hear about things that aren't otherwise on our agenda. The next item on our agenda Item 3 is the committee referral list. And right now, our committee referral list are all things that have actually been heard already. This list, as we counselors file things earlier and as the administration gets things filed earlier, will hopefully contain more things before they are before committees so that we can use this opportunity to give people notice about what might be coming on our agendas. But you will see that we put forward a few items that I won't read through because they are on today's agenda, as well as an amendment to the Portland Permitting and Development Fee Schedule that has gone through the Finance Committee, revised transportation fee schedule that went to the Finance Committee, adopting rates and charges for water and water-related services that went through the Finance Committee, revised sewer and stormwater charges that went through the Finance Committee, fees and charges for water system development and water-related services to the Finance Committee. I apologize, I'm skipping the things that are on the agenda tonight. Amending the code to consolidate noise enforcement and improve fairness and consistency in noise regulation that went to community and public safety. Repeal the authorization of the city attorney, repeal the authorization of the city attorney to appeal the judgment in the Kelly Jones as personal representative for the estate of Michael Townsend versus the City of Portland case went to community and public safety. And I believe the rest of these, and direct funding for the Workforce Pre-Apprenticeship Program and Summer Works Youth Employment Initiative went to Labor and Workforce Development. The next items on our agenda are on the consent agenda. Keelan, I believe we've had an item pulled from the consent agenda, is that correct?
One item was pulled, item 7, 2025-138.
Thank you. And counselors, items pulled from the consent agenda go to the end of our agenda unless anybody would like to make a motion to put this item elsewhere on the agenda. This is the confirmation of the appointment and reappointment of members to the Portland Elections Commission. Counselor Koyama-Lane?
I would like to make a motion to add this to the top of the agenda.
To the top of the regular agenda.
Second.
Counselors, there's been a motion to move this to the top of the regular agenda. Keelan?
Councilor Koyama-Lane motioned, and I'm sorry, who seconded?
Counselor Clark. Any discussion? Okay, Keelan, can we do this by unanimous consent or do we need to call the roll?
I think unanimous consent.
Are there any objections or do we have unanimous consent?
I'll object.
We have an objection. Okay, then let's call the roll.
Okay, Canal.
No.
Ryan.
Sorry, aye.
Koyama-Lane.
Aye.
Mario.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Turtle-Guinea.
Aye.
The item is moved to the top of the regular agenda with 11 yes votes and 1 no vote.
Thank you. So we are on the consent agenda. And I apologize. No, there's nothing else that has been pulled from the consent agenda, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, Keelan, can you please call the roll on the remainder of the consent agenda?
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Koyama-Lane.
Aye.
Mario.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green. Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos. Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Turtle-Guinea.
Aye.
The consent agenda is approved with 12 yes votes.
Thank you. So we are now moving on, counselors, to the regular agenda, and the first item on the regular agenda now is agenda item 7. Keelan, could you please call the agenda item?
Item 7, confirm appointment and reappointment of members to the Portland Elections Commission for terms to end April 30th, 2029.
Thank you, Keelan. And counselors, because we don't generally have committee staff summaries on appointment agenda items, I am going to turn to Counselor Koyama Lane, who was the presiding chair over the meeting when this agenda item was heard in the Governance Committee.
Right. Thank you, Madam President. So the 4 Portland Elections Commission volunteers at the Governance Committee that the Governance Committee has recommended for confirmation today are part of a 9-member volunteer commission, which implements and evaluates the small donor election program. At our April 7th Governance Committee meeting, we had the opportunity to hear from these passionate volunteers, 1 a reappointment and 3 new appointments, and the committee voted unanimously to recommend their appointment. For those of you that are not steeped in City Hall business and Robert's Rules of Order, I want to explain a little bit about consent agenda. Each council meeting, we have what is called a consent agenda, which allows us to approve several items with 1 vote. We include the opportunity to unanimously approve volunteer committee appointments as a council using the consent agenda. So when these volunteers come to us, they've gone through a thorough vetting process. First, they're vetted on the executive side by staff. Those names are brought forward to the mayor, and then the mayor's office recommends them for appointment. Then these names go before a city council policy committee that relates to their volunteer work there. At least in the case of my committee, I think this is happening in other committees as well. We hear from the volunteers all about their interests in the work and relevant experience. These committee meetings are public meetings. Councilors do not have to be on that policy committee to vet a nominee. Any one of us can come testify. You can ask committee members to ask a question on your behalf. You can watch the hearing live or after the fact. You can submit written comment. You can see who's been nominated. You can do your own research. So once that policy committee has heard all of the questions and comments, signed off on the volunteers, that list of volunteer names then comes before us here on the consent agenda. The hope is that after all this vetting and acknowledging the extensive work of the committee and the volunteers, they can be unanimously approved by the consent agenda process. Now, if needed, a councilor can pull these committee volunteer appointments from the consent agenda and say, no, we need more discussion. And if you've been to the last few meetings, you'll see that my colleague, Councilor Canal, is pulling all of these off of the consent agenda as a matter of principle. And I want to acknowledge that I do truly appreciate how passionate and principled my colleague is. We've spoken at length about his reasoning for this, and I do understand it. And at the same time, I'm tasked as the chair of the governance committee to streamline things for these roughly 80 different volunteer bodies so that all of us can get down to policy work. Our governance committee has worked hard on a forthcoming resolution to formalize the process that I just described for you today. You'll be seeing it soon. And because of what I've heard from dozens of past and prospective volunteers, what I'm hearing is that adding another layer of bureaucracy is making it harder for volunteers to feel like they can participate. So these are people that are already donating their time to do really valuable and important work for our city. Anyone who comes to these Wednesday City Council meetings know that we have very packed agendas, and our constituents are begging all of us to get to work. We have many people here who I think are ready to give public testimony on other agenda items that we have on our list. We have a long meeting ahead of us. I feel strongly that it does not serve our volunteers or our constituents to go over things that have already been discussed publicly and on the record. So with love and respect to my colleague, Councilor Canal, I would ask that we respect our volunteers and constituents' time by reserving discussion on appointments for when it's truly needed and not in order to make a point at every single council meeting. And with all that in mind, Madam President, I call the question.
Second. Okay, we have called the question and have a second. Keelan, I believe we move straight into a vote when a question is called. We don't have discussion on that motion.
That's correct. And because this is a report, we may need a motion to accept the report in a second before we can take the vote.
I think this is a vote to call the question.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Point of order, are we doing a vote to vote right now?
This is Calling the question, yes, I'm sorry. I usually state what these are. I apologize. Calling the question is a vote to vote. And I believe that when we call the question, we don't have discussion first. That immediately triggers a vote on whether or not to vote.
Okay. So this is the vote on the motion to call the question. Canal.
On the motion, I vote no.
Ryan.
Aye.
Cleomeline. Aye. Mario.
Aye.
Novak.
Aye.
Clark. Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
No.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Guinea.
Aye.
With 10 yes votes, the motion is approved.
Councilors, that moves us past discussion and to the vote on this agenda item. I will need a motion and a second to adopt the report, and then we will move into a vote.
To adopt the report.
So moved.
I think I heard a movement from Councilor Zimmerman and a second from Councilor Ryan, though I also heard Councilor Canal say a second after that. I believe we have Zimmerman and Ryan first for the official record. Just wanted to acknowledge my colleague. Sorry for the confusion, Keelan. Can you call the roll? And we are now voting to adopt the report and and confirm the recommended appointments from the mayor.
Canal.
I will keep this streamlined. Madam President, if we have to have fewer, better supported, more empowered, and therefore more meaningful volunteer bodies, we need to ensure that council engages with the topics, the bodies themselves, and the appointees. We also need to guarantee public participation in this process. I support the appointees. I have this entire time, and I wish that we had a process that better reflected that going forward, and I look forward to working with my colleagues who are on the governance committee to ensure that. I vote aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Cleomeline. Aye. Mario.
Aye.
Novak.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
I agree with Councillor Canal. I am concerned about what this process is setting up because I do think that us vetting volunteers who have very big roles and make a lot of big decisions too. And I don't agree that that process going just through committee and us having to do our own due diligence to watch committee meetings or participate. I barely have enough time to do my own committee. I expect to come to this meeting and be able to make a vote and have the ability to have an informed vote, and that requires some further vetting. So I disagree with that premise. Agree with Councillor Canal that I'm gonna vote for this because it's not about those people. And I, as somebody who has put hundreds and hundreds of hours, know very much the burden that we put on community members. But for that same reason, I also know the responsibility that community members have and our responsibility to properly vet them. So I'm voting aye, but I want to continue the discussion about this process in the future.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Aye.
With 12 aye votes, the appointments are confirmed.
Thank you, Keelan. Councilors, our next agenda item is an item that we've heard a few times before, the ordinance to ban to ban price setting through AI in housing. Keelan, could you please call the agenda item?
Item 9, amend Affordable Housing Code to add prohibition of anti-competitive rental practices, including the sale and use of algorithmic devices.
Thank you. And councilors, you'll remember that we had to cut testimony short when we first heard this agenda item and offered the public 2 additional times to come forward and complete the testimony list. This is the second of those times. So we will move right now into picking up on public testimony where we left off after the last meeting. Keelan, could you please call up folks to testify?
First, we have Jenna Knobloch, Amy Walsh, and Christine Orlandi.
Thank you for joining us tonight.
Right. Hi, my name is Jenna Knobloch. I'm a renter in Southeast Portland, and I'm also someone who has experienced housing precarity too many times in my life. And I'm here to call on you to pass this ban on algorithmic price fixing. First, it's clear that it's a real problem. I learned from RealPage's own testimony here that they are already setting prices for 18% of units in Portland. That's almost 1 in 5 units, far too many. And according to RealPage's own materials, they are, and I quote, driving every possible opportunity to increase price, even in the most downward trending conditions. That is not a fair market, and this is further distorting what is already a losing market for renters. Secondly, I really am failing to see any downsides here for landlords. For all the bluster about unintended consequences, I've not heard a single real-world example from the DOJ investigation or the other cities with this on the books. For all the discussion about barriers to building new market rate units, I've never heard price setting come up as a barrier. The fact is, landlords have been setting prices just fine for a long time without colluding. In fact, it was just in the news, I was just reading just now that RealPage lost and is settling in North Carolina where they're agreeing to stop using the practice. There are real consequences for tenants. The Oregon Community Foundation found that for every 10% increase in homelessness, there's an associated 13.6 increase in, or 10% increase in rent is associated with 13.6% increase in homelessness. Trump's Department of Justice is not going to protect us from price colluding. We are all depending on you, so please vote yes on this sensible policy.
That we can't have clapping and other interruptions. You're welcome to do jazz hands, thumbs up, thumbs down, other silent indications of support or opposition.
Amy Walsh, Christine Orlandi, Sarah Fisher is joining us online.
Welcome, Sarah. Please go right ahead.
Sarah, you're muted. Sarah, if you're on the phone, try *6 to unmute. Okay, we'll come back to Sarah. Next up, we have Michael Park, Spencer Trum, Eric Hagstedt.
And I believe one of those guests is making their way downstairs right now. Keelan, while we wait, is Sarah ready?
So it looks like Sarah's still muted.
We want to call the next couple of people.
Sure. Let's see. Next up, we have Marion Drake. Greg Frick. Keely Koch. Next, we have Leah Belton.
Spencer. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Introduce yourself and jump right in.
Good evening, Council President Pertolini and members of the Portland City Council. My name is Spencer Trum, and I'm here today on behalf of State Representative Zach Hudson. Representative Hudson's district represents Oregon's 49th House District. This includes parts of East Portland and Gresham, as well as Troutdale, Fairview, and Wood Village. I'm here to urge you to pass the ordinance prohibiting algorithmic rental price fixing. Nearly half the households in Representative Hudson's district are rentals. Between 2019 and 2023, over 60% of those renter households were forced to spend more than 30% of their income on housing. In other words, the majority of East County residents are forced to pay too much in rent. One way to limit the damage caused by out-of-control rent is to ban the use of AI algorithms to set rents. ProPublica's reporting reveals how software companies help landlords and property managers coordinate rent increases. Their algorithms aggregate non-public data from landlords and supply them all with the same analysis to maximize rent yields. The result? Spiraling rent inflation, community displacement, and harder lives for working families. Our senior U.S. Senator, Ron Wyden, used a good word to describe the arrangement by which companies use algorithms to raise prices and control housing as a commodity. That word is cartel. Jurisdictions across America have recognized the threat posed to consumers by predatory rent-setting algorithms. City councils in Philadelphia and San Francisco have passed ordinances like the one proposed here in Portland. And I'm pleased to say that Oregon has joined a federal antitrust suit against RealPage. But housing unaffordability is an emergency across the state, and our city governments must play their part to protect Oregonians. This ordinance has attracted a great deal of attention and support. I urge you to listen to the voices of rent-burdened Portlanders and prioritize their need for shelter and dignity over landlords' profits. The degree to which Oregonians are burdened by rents is unfair, unsustainable, and unacceptable, and it must stop. Please pass this ordinance without delay, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Please go ahead and introduce yourself and then jump right in.
Hi, my name is Leah Belton. I support the ban on algorithmic rent pricing. I am here for myself, my fellow renters, and East County Rising, which serves District 1 and East Multnomah County. We are deeply concerned about the housing and eviction crisis. A 2018 City of Portland assessment on gentrification and displacement highlighted East Portland's unique vulnerability. East Portland has had the most rapid increase in housing costs citywide since 2008, the year I graduated from Reynolds High. Over 14,000 low-income, cost-burdened renter households live in East Portland, and they're being pushed out. In Park Rose and Rosewood, Black and brown Portlanders are being displaced the fastest. Institutional racism and historical redlining laid the foundation. And today, the use of algorithmic price-fixing tools continues this displacement. You have the power to slow this displacement. Please do not give in to misinformation and scare tactics. Help us pay reasonable rents instead. Vote yes on this ordinance. Do not water it down. Banning price-fixing algorithms to close a collusion loophole will not tank the housing market. Algorithmic price-fixing tools enable our capital to be mined out of our community with ease. Help us keep our money in our local economy. East County Rising and I urge you all to vote yes on this ordinance and protect the people who actually live in this city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here.
Next up, we have Colin Font, Lorena Guyette, Natalie Hutchinson, joining us online.
Natalie, go right ahead.
I'm here. All right. Good evening. My name is Natalie Hutchinson. I am a grad student in the architecture program at PSU, and I'm here to speak in support of the ordinance banning AI price fixing of rents. Portland's soul is defined by its people, the artists, the families, the small businesses, and the neighbors who make our city unique. But the use of algorithmic devices in the rental housing market threatens to push neighbors out. As a tenant, I live in an affordable housing building where AI-based price-fixing software like Yardi is used. In the 11 months that I've lived in this building, I've witnessed, it was 22 evictions on the first day, on the original day of this testimony, but today it's 24 evictions in this building. This is a clear example of the harm these practices cause, and it is unacceptable. Renters deserve grace, not exploitation, especially in today's economic climate. To the tech companies behind these algorithms, these practices of manipulating prices and destabilizing our housing market are not just unethical, they're harmful. We won't allow you to turn our city into a market for profit at the expense of its residents. The small landlords, you are an essential part of keeping Portland weird and special. By setting rents reasonably, you ensure that our city remains diverse, inclusive, and vibrant. Supporting fair and affordable pricing benefits everyone, your tenants, your neighborhoods, and our city as a whole. Furthermore, I urge all renters to join renters unions and stand up for your rights. We need to hold landlords and developers accountable for their actions. This ordinance is just the first step in ensuring that our city remains a place where residents can thrive. Today, I want to lend our community's bravery to the City Council in facing these current issues head on. I'm confident in the leadership of the City Council to make the right decision for Portland's future. I urge the Council and Greater Portland to support this bill to protect our community from the harmful effects of AI price fixing. Thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
My name is Lorena Gayet. I am speaking in favor of this ordinance. I did have previous testimony, but I decided to scrap it in order to rebuttal some of the misinformation that was presented at the previous council meeting. First, in response to the claim that the software is not price fixing, or like RealPage. It was reported in 2022 that RealPage executives have been quoted as taking credit for a 14% increase in rent and referring to landlords who refuse to increase rent as idiots. Employees state landlords who want to charge reasonable rates have an empathy problem and have admitted to disincentivizing landlords from doing so, even kicking some landlords off of the software. As a Latina, I took offense to the idea that this ordinance would prevent generational wealth from developing in Black and brown communities, when demographics for this city show that more than 60% of Black and Hispanic are renters in Portland, meaning that the biggest hurdle for our communities is being rent burdened and first-time home buying. What percentage of them do you think are landlords? We need to ensure that all of our community is protected, not just those who are able to invest in property. And you are being presented with a false dichotomy that we must either focus on building homes or regulating costs. It is important to state that not only can we do both, but we must do both. Under normal conditions, more housing will bring prices down, but RealPage and software like it are built for the purpose of disrupting these types of market forces. All the housing in the world means nothing if we allow software to run rampant and remove any incentive to lower prices. This ordinance is a necessary preventative measure that needs to be applied yesterday. Also, as a request, Councilor Zimmerman, you have asked the same questions in the Housing and Homelessness Committee as you have in the general meeting. I would like to request that you maybe write down some of the things so we don't have repeat answers in order to be respectful of our time in regards to the necessity of testimony. Thank you very much.
We'll go back to Sarah Fisher.
Sarah, welcome. Please introduce yourself and you can start your testimony.
Thank you. Good evening, Council President Purtle-Guinea, Vice President Clayama Lane, and councilors. Do I need to do something to turn my camera on?
Yeah. Sarah, if you accept the promote to
Oh, there I am.
panelist. Yep.
All right. Are you ready?
Go right ahead, Sarah. And even if you can't get your camera on, we've got a picture of you on screen.
Okay. My name is Sarah Fisher, and I'm an Episcopal priest serving Hope and Bread Street Church and St. Aidan's Episcopal Church, both in East Portland. I'm testifying for myself today. While much of my work is with people currently living on the street, I know, as you know, that our housing crisis is about much more than homelessness. I've lived in Portland for almost 40 years, and I've lived in every quadrant of the city. I've been a homeowner, a renter, and a landlord. About 30 years ago, a family member was visiting, and she said something I have never forgotten. She said, Portland feels like a city that really cares about the people who live here and does things for the enjoyment of all of its residents. When we talk about a boom loop, reviving Portland and making Portland a better city, I think this is what we're talking about, giving the impression to all who come here that we care. This anti-algorithmic price fixing ordinance does that. The simple truth is that this is about putting people before profit. If this is not a moment in history to put people before profit, I do not know what is. My husband and I own a small apartment complex in Southeast Portland. We do not participate in RealPage, so I guess we're one of these stupid landlords, or any other algorithmic price fixing service. Our apartment complex matters to us, especially as we consider retirement. But I am here to say that it is possible to have a healthy investment property without making it impossible for everyday people to live in our city. I urge you to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Next up, we have Zach Voss, Tessa Cole, Meg Bender-Stefanski, J.M., Riley Martz, Haley Nissen, Will Spalding, Heather Riggs, Hannah Brooks Olson, Jeremy Baird.
Go ahead and introduce yourself and you can begin your testimony.
Good evening, Madam President, councilors, hardworking administrators. Thank you for letting me come back to testify. I am Reverend Heather Riggs, pastor of Montevilla United Methodist Church in Southeast Portland. I'm here to speak in favor. I want robots to clean my house, not to raise my parishioners' rent. Many members of my congregation are either elderly and struggling to survive on a fixed income, or are young adults struggling to find jobs that pay enough to cover the rising costs of living. My church includes a queer young adult group for whom affordable housing is literally life-saving, because they cannot depend on their families for the kind of support that most parents give their young adult children when they are starting out in life. This ordinance will not impact small local landlords who can't even afford to pay for these algorithmic programs. As has been already stated during the discussion of social housing, this ordinance will also not stop developers from building affordable housing, since for-profit developers have no intentions of building affordable housing, because it just doesn't pencil out to build for lower rents when we have higher building costs. This ordinance will help to prevent the large corporate landlords from using AI to collude to raise rents in an already stressed housing system. Let's do the right thing for the majority of Portlanders, not the right thing for the minority of those who are already making enough money. Thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
For the record, my name is Jeremy Kuda-Baird. I'll give a little bit more of a personal testimony. I'm a resident of Portland City District 4. I'm a research and development chemist who is employed in the building industry, specializing in the science of developing housing materials. My partner is a medical student going to OHSU pursuant of an MD. We moved here in the last few years in the pursuit of a better life from Idaho, where AI price fixing has caused the price of rent to far exceed the price of labor. The lack of regulations in that state have allowed this inequity to grow considerably throughout my life while growing up there. Before coming here, we only heard rumors of Portland being something that it isn't. And we don't regret coming here at all. The city has been amazing. We've decided that we'd like to stay here permanently and add another scientist and a doctor to the community. But the rent increases have been making it impossible to save money and even think about being able to save up to afford buying a house in this area, even with the higher paying job that I have right now. We have already had to move once due to rent being exacerbated by the AI price fixing since we've come here. I know this is a part of why it has gone up, because all of my slightly older coworkers who make the same salary as me are able to do what I am not. And that's because of a steep increase in rent since they bought houses, which conveniently happened after software companies like RealPage started existing. So we have a decision to make once my partner graduates on whether or not we can afford to live here or even in this country when she becomes a medical resident. We have been putting off having a family or even getting married until we have the money to do either correctly. Our main expense is rent, and it's not even close competition. We look for the cheapest place to live, and it doesn't exist. I hope everyone will vote to prevent us from being priced out of our favorite city before we can even start to build a life here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your story with us.
Next up, we have Rowan Spillman, Michael Shanks, Richard Bolkovich, Brent Hoffman, Jordan Lewis. Tyler Fellini is joining us online.
Tyler, you're welcome to come off mute and begin your testimony.
All right. Good evening, counselors. I want to say that I think it's incredibly telling that the most ardent opposition to this AI ban has come from multi-unit property owners. I think that's incredibly telling. I hope that the council feels the same. It's also a shame that so many people were not able to be here tonight. I recognize, the bureaucratic process being what it is. It's slow and steady, and I do hope that you will do your due diligence to capture those people's statements because, I believe that they had something worth saying, and I hope it gets heard. With that, I should have said this at the beginning. I am a registered lobbyist for and the executive director of Portland Jobs with Justice, and I am just here to express my support for the ban on AI price fixing. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Tyler, and thank you for remembering that, that lobbyist disclosure. I know folks sometimes have a hard time remembering it. Go right ahead. Please introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Oh, me?
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Me? Hello, City Council. My name is Jordan Lewis, and I'm a renter in Portland Stadium Hood. I'm testifying here in support of Councilor Maria's algorithmic price fixing ban. Something that frustrates me about this conversation is that every turn we have to consider the plight of the precarious landlord. It's not that I don't believe a landlord can be in financial precarity, but this is a rhetorical technique that hijacks the conversation and decenters the precarious tenant. The most precarious landlord necessarily owns a house, which puts them above the average tenant financially. I want to talk about how popular this policy is. I talk a lot about city politics and a lot of apolitical group chats. You will not imagine the excitement I got when I brought up this policy in there. I have landlord friends who own their place and rent out rooms. This policy does numbers in those group chats. No one gets more excited by this policy than my landlord friends because policies like this alleviate a lot of the guilt that they might feel as landlords. They almost want this more than I do. And while I'm not sure if I can get my friends to care about climate policy or transportation like I do, when I tell them who voted no on this, they will remember it. This is meat and potatoes anti-gentrification policy. It shouldn't be that hard. Let's pass this very first step so we can move on to some more interesting stuff. The housing crisis is a multifactorial situation, and a lot of regular Americans bear some responsibility in it. I echo the concept of a housing cartel mentioned in previous testimonies, but people love a simple villain like RealPage. This is the lowest hanging fruit there is. It's practically on the ground. If we can't pass an algorithmic rent fixing ban, which really just brings software in line with a 100-year-old antitrust law, how are we supposed to challenge the housing cartel and build the housing supply that we need if we can't even do that? Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Next up, we have Adam Shippey, followed by Lee Shelton and Claire Knudsen.
Adam, go right ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name's Adam Shippey, District 4. My 20s, I was homeless. I think there's only one person on this council that has personal experience with how humiliating, dehumanizing, and violent that can be. The people that were homeless alongside me are not here to speak to this council right now because they are dead. Suffice it to say, my circumstances improved. Not through some stupid bootstrap ideology, but just through sheer luck, right? couple of years later, I was lucky enough to marry a beautiful woman. And in 2011, we rented an apartment in Southwest Portland that had 2 bedrooms. It was 1,900 square feet, had a balcony, in-unit laundry, 2 parking spaces, and a freaking storage unit for less than $1,000 a month. Less than $1,000 a month. It was so affordable, we were able to save money. We saved money, and with the assistance of her family, a couple years later, we put a down payment on a house that we bought for $265,000. No, $257,000, right? I love my house. I still live in my house. But like that story about someone who rose out of circumstances that could have killed them and got to the level of comfort that I have right now, that doesn't get told anymore. That's not possible. And these price-fixing algorithms are a huge part of that. And I think everybody at this council knows that. And if you don't know that, I question who you're listening to. I've heard a lot of disingenuous arguments 2 weeks ago. I really did, by people who were paid to be here, but I didn't get to speak. But I'm speaking now. And I just want to say the landlords are going to be okay. They are. They really are. And most of your constituents aren't landlords, and they're desperate, and they're angry. So please pass this. We need it.
Thank you for being here and for sharing your story.
Next up, Lee Shelton, Claire Knudsen, Jesse Dillon.
Welcome. Go right ahead and introduce yourself, and you can begin your testimony.
Hi, I'm Jessie Dillon. City Council members, thank you for being here. Staff, thank you for being here. I really have great admiration and respect for anybody who volunteers to engage in this process. So thank you very much. My name is Jessie Dillon, and let me be clear, I absolutely do not support price fixing. I don't support monopolistic ideals, but I also do not support this amendment. There are flaws to the amendment, and I am very concerned that it will cost me as a housing provider to increase rents to cover the costs, because I'm going to be sued for frivolous lawsuits based on the way that it's written right now. I'm a mother, a U.S. Army veteran, a business owner, and a housing provider. I take great pride in all of the roles that I fulfill, and I have a strong set of personal values that guide me in my decision making. I hold those values near to my heart and encourage those around me, as well as expect my staff, my colleagues, and my children to reflect on their personal values and live them each day with each decision they make. My favorite personal value is integrity. Do the right thing, even when no one is looking. Today, I urge you each to exercise integrity in your position as Portland City Council members. You are elected by the citizens of Portland to do what they cannot do for themselves, to collectively ensure the local government does the right thing. If you vote yes for this amendment to the Affordable Housing Code, it will have an unintended consequence of increasing the cost of housing, and it will entice frivolous lawsuits to be filed, resulting in housing providers in the city of Portland to be uninsurable. I've lived in Portland for 18 years. I've been a housing provider for the same amount of time, and I'm very proud of the work that I do as a housing provider. It's tough, though, because I have to balance running a business with making really hard decisions related to the employees that I care about and work hard for me, as well as the decisions that residents rely on me and my staff to provide them with safe, warm, and habitable homes. I wish I had 20 more minutes, but I appreciate your time. I'll submit the rest of my comments online. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here.
Next up, we have Christina Dirks. Mike Semko joining us online.
Mike, go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Council President and members of the Portland City Council. I really appreciate you allowing us to testify this evening. I do represent RealPage. I'm Vice President and Associate General Counsel there. There's a lot of misinformation about pricing software in general. All we do is market analysis with a pricing suggestion. We do not set the rents. In most of the Sun Belt, in fact, all of the Sun Belt right now, where we have our largest market penetration, our software is recommending lower rents. That's from Arizona all the way across the South. We can count maybe Denver, Colorado as part of the Sun Belt. They'll be happy to know. All the way up through Virginia. our software is recommending, in a lot of cases, double-digit rent decreases. And that's not because of the software, it's because of the market dynamics at play in the Sun Belt right now, and that is they've built a lot of new housing. That is the only way to lower rents. And I feel for people who are having to deal with high rents. I really do. But the only way to lower rent is to build more product. That's it. You know, our software really just applies math to data. And what this draft ordinance does at the present moment, it doesn't ban price fixing. It bans the use of data sets and applied math. Essentially what you're doing is you're banning a math tool. That's not going to help anybody. It certainly won't help housing providers. And by the way, it won't help your residents either. If we're a cartel, we're the worst cartel in history, because where we have the highest market penetration, rents are falling. And where we have very little market penetration, rents are rising. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today.
Next up, we have Colin Brown, Joe Hovey, Rajesh Venkachalapathy, Lena Mayapul, Holly Hamilton, Antonia Januzzi Thomas, Jordan Byers, Catherine King,
welcome. Go ahead and introduce yourself and you can begin your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Catherine King. My name is Catherine King, and I'm a rental owner since 1997, and I've had rentals in Districts 3, 2, and 1. My company, KJK Properties PC, is located in District 1. We have managed rentals since 2003 in all 4 districts. Our company needs rental data software in order to best serve our clients who own 220 rental doors in the Portland metro area. As a rental owner for 29 years and the manager of many rentals before clients since 2003, I wholeheartedly oppose this policy. Housing providers are your existing clients and voters. Without housing providers and housing willingness, rentals, you lose vitally needed housing stock. We simply cannot encourage our owners to continue selling out their rentals. We have lost significant housing stock since 2015 when the first rent control ordinance went into effect in Portland. Small owners and professionals that house Oregonians cannot work without data. We are not colluding to price fix. A housing provider cannot provide housing without relevant data. An appraiser cannot accurately value homes without relevant data. How can Fred Meyer price eggs without being able to see the data on their inventory and suppliers and the demand in the market? They cannot. The easiest housing stock for renters is the housing stock you already have. The easiest housing stock for renters is the housing stock you already have. We have driven out the majority of investment in Portland already, and we have been bleeding rental units. I currently have 8 listings for sale in total that are all rentals that owners are selling because they no longer support having rentals in this policy environment that fails to see that biting the hand that feeds the housing stock is not the right answer. Supply and demand drive pricing. You are adding to the lack of supply issue.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we just have 2 minutes per person, but I appreciate you sharing your testimony with us.
Alicia Morseth, Eamon Rutherford, Yonda Allen is joining us online.
Please go ahead and unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can, yes.
Yes. Hello, Council. First and foremost, thank you so much for taking time out tonight to hear me. My name is Yonde Allen. I am the Director of Community Engagement and Advocacy at the Community Alliance of Tenants. I am encouraging the passing of the prohibition of AI being used to increase rent, excuse me. At the Community Alliance of Tenants, we get calls every day. We are interacting every day with tenants across the state who are struggling to stay within their housing, who are struggling to afford the thought of even moving, much more re-signing a lease that is being increased, or please forgive me, so sorry. Who are struggling with the thought of being able to stay in their homes, much more what their lease renewal will look like. And I'm just encouraging this council to please take the considerations as proposed by other people who have come before me and people after me in the consideration in hopes of passing this ordinance to make sure that we are keeping people housed and we are not exacerbating the already ongoing crisis within the state of people becoming houseless. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us tonight.
That completes testimony.
Okay, well, thank you for everybody who showed up multiple times to wait for your turn to share your testimony with us. I know that the scheduling of this has been hard, but I am glad that you were able to be here tonight and that we were able to hear from you. I believe Councilor Murillo has a motion to make on this agenda item.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to start off by thanking everyone so much who has come multiple times to City Hall to testify. It means a lot to us how engaged you are in the process, that you've come to committee, that you've come to full council, and it's just immense how much you guys care about your community and what's going on in it, and I'm extremely grateful for that. I also wanted to say that just this past week, an article came out that said that in the 5 hours since opening the waitlist on Tuesday, Home Forward received nearly 7,000 applications. And our 2024 Portland Insight Survey just came out, and it showed that 72.4% of Portlanders told us that affordable housing was their top issue. It's kind of with a heavy heart that I have to say this, that there's some new litigation elsewhere that touches on similar issues with the algorithmic price fixing ordinance. And I want to assert that the litigation is not determinative of what's going to happen here, but it's worth us keeping an eye on and being responsible stewards of policy and maintaining good conversations with stakeholders as we look into it. So while the council is facing other immediate priorities like the upcoming budget, it makes sense to me to keep this item in the committee for further discussion. So with that, I move to refer item 9 back to the Homelessness and Housing Committee.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the motion before us to move this agenda item back to the Committee on Homelessness and Housing? Seeing no one in the queue, Keelan, could you please call the roll?
Just to verify, that was moved by Councilor Murillo and seconded by Koyama Lane. Councilor Koyama Lane, thank you. Canal.
This is on the motion to refer back to committee.
Correct.
Yeah, I can't say I'm an expert on the litigation, but I think on this particular thing, I'm very happy to follow my renter colleague's lead on it. So I will vote aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Koyama Lane.
Aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novick.
Really appreciate the testimony tonight and look forward to seeing this item again when it comes back to us. Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
I also appreciate the testimony tonight, and I'll just acknowledge that the chief sponsor of this has done an incredible amount of homework, and I'm just going to take her lead on something like this. So I vote aye.
Zimmerman. Aye. Avalos.
Thank you so much to all of the folks that come out to really express what is clearly a need in our city. And as chair of the Homelessness and Housing Committee, I really want this bill to work. And so I'm eager to bring it back to committee, make sure that it can succeed. And I'm looking forward to it coming back to council. I vote aye.
Dunphy.
I'm disappointed that we don't get the resolution tonight, but I look forward to working on it with my colleagues in the Housing and Homelessness Committee. I vote aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Hurdle Guinea?
Thank you to everybody who was here tonight and the folks who have shared their stories and their both support and concerns over the last few times that we've heard this. We know that housing costs too much in Portland. We know that that's a challenge up and down the West Coast, but it's one that we feel particularly acutely in our city here. I appreciate the sponsor working with all of us to ensure that we can address this issue in the best way possible, and look forward to continuing to work on this ordinance and also on the many other steps that I know we need to take to address housing affordability broadly in our city. Aye.
12 yes votes, the item is referred back to the committee.
Councilors, we are moving on to agenda item 10. Keelan, could you please read the agenda item?
Amend the FY 2024-25 Technical Adjustment Ordinance and make other budget-related changes.
Thank you. And we do have a committee staff summary for the Technical Adjustment Ordinance. I see Christopher Hare is here to share that with us. Christopher, go right ahead.
Good evening, Madam President, Madam Vice President, councilors. For the record, my name is Christopher Hare, Council Policy Analyst with Council Operations, and I serve as staff to the Finance Committee. The emergency ordinance before you, document number 2025-120, was first discussed in the Finance Committee on March 24th as a presentation. It was later considered in the Finance Committee on April 1st as an emergency ordinance, where it was referred to Council with a recommendation to pass. The emergency ordinance amends the FY 2024-25 appropriation schedule for certain expenditures across various budgets, across various funds, and amends the number of authorized positions in the FY 2024-25 revised budget. The amendments to the FY 2024-25 appropriation schedule allocates resources from a general fund policy set-aside reserve to draw down $3.5 million from the projected police overtime buy-down set-aside. It reduces $6,078,879 from FY 2024-25 Bureau budgets to be carried into their respective FY 2025-26 budgets, and returns $5,078,514 to the general fund. There are additional adjustments representing internal transfers, realignments, and other adjustments that do not impact the general fund, discretionary, or contingency balances. The amendments to the FY 2024-25 revised budgets reduce 1 FTE from Portland Fire and Rescue and 1 FTE from Portland's Police Bureau, which are then realigned as an additional 2 FTE under the Office of Public Safety Deputy City Administrator. Additionally, 1 FTE is being removed from the Portland Police Bureau to fund the conversion of a limited term position into a regular permanent position within the Bureau. The ordinance will change the appropriation in 47 funds by a net reduction of $1,777,925, primarily as a result of balancing the beginning FY 2025-26 fund and other resources. There's also a net increase of $3.46 million to the general fund. The net change in FTE from this ordinance is the reduction of 1 limited duration FTE. An emergency clause has been added to this ordinance to enable the implementation of the adjustments without delay. The full impact statement on this item includes a financial and budget impact and analysis and information on potential community impact and community involvement. There was no verbal or written testimony on this ordinance prior to committee action. This concludes the committee staff summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Councilor Zimmerman, is there anything that you would like to add as the chair who presided over this meeting?
No.
Okay. This is an agenda item that came from the mayor's office, from the administrative side. So we don't have a council presenter on it, but City Administrator Jordan, is there anything else that your team would like to add, or should we move into discussion?
I think moving to discussion is great. Thank you.
Okay. Keelan, is there any public testimony signed up?
No one signed up.
Okay. Councilor Canal, you are first in the queue.
I have a question and then a comment, if that's all right, Madam President.
Yes, and we do have budget office staff here with us today if anybody has questions that they need answered from our budget office staff.
My question, yeah, it may go to either of you. My comment definitely will require budget office staff. My question is if you could just give a little bit more clarity. We use the phrase drawdown, Christopher. The amendments to the appropriation schedule allocates resources from a general fund policy set aside reserve to draw down $3.5 million from the projected police overtime. Can you just clarify for the public what that exactly means? And then I'll make my comment after that.
Sure, yeah. For the record, my name is Ruth Levine. I'm the director of the city budget office. So the drawdown term, so just for general background, the 3.5 million was put into policy set aside by the previous council in the fall bump in 2024. And excuse me, it was put there to sort of as a pot of money essentially that would be available to the council based on updated projections around overtime in the police bureau in the spring, which is now. And so essentially the idea behind it was to sort of be able to wait and see and provide flexibility based on how, certain events, specific events, including like the election, panned out and how their overtime generally was trending. And so this ordinance would draw it down, meaning it would take it out of the policy set aside, which is contingency, and put it into the police bureau's budget. Nobody can spend out of contingency, which means that it requires a council action to move funding out of contingency into a bureau's budget in order for them to be able to spend it. And so that's what that drawdown term refers to, is just moving it from contingency into the bureau's budget.
Thank you for clarifying. Madam President, I would like to propose an amendment, and I will send this over to I think I have sent it over to the clerk, but if there's more information I need to give. It's a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed to change general fund return decision packages to general fund carryover decision packages within the public safety service area. It would reallocate the policy set aside in the general fund by $737,427 to change a general fund return, Portland Fire and Rescue carryover for firefighters as general fund return, to a general fund program carryover for the Portland Fire and Rescue program carryover for firefighters, and reallocate the policy set aside in the general fund by $100,000 to change the general fund return that's marked PX contact survey general fund return to a general fund program carryover for PX contact survey program carryover. And the amendment would also include updating exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect this change. I don't think it touches all of those. So I can speak to it, but I wanted to put that forward. And can I clarify one thing? Please. This is allowing Portland Fire and Rescue and the Public Safety Service area to use money that is already allocated to their budget this year, next fiscal year, because they have been unable to spend that money in this fiscal year for reasons that are particular to each of those two things. It's allowing them to use their existing money for that purpose across the fiscal year line. Does that make sense? And you can clarify, Ruth, if I didn't say that clearly enough. Okay, thank you.
So essentially, councilors, right now this money is coming back to the general fund. It would become part of the funds available as we begin our budgeting. In some cases, we allow bureaus to carry funds over into the next fiscal year rather than having the money come back to the general fund for future allocation, which could be to the same thing or to something else. This would carry that over and ensure that it was reallocated for these same purposes. And Councillor Canal, can you just restate what the two purposes are, what the two lines are that you are making this change to?
Thank you. And for those who want to follow along, the best place to look at this is Exhibit 4. In the middle of the first page, there's a big table. And can I share screen or have you do so, Keelan? Either way is good.
Yeah, let me see if we can pull it up.
And for folks who are following along, this is linked. If you look at our agenda, which is posted online, you're going to agenda item number 10. And then when you get to that agenda item, you're scrolling down to the exhibits to Exhibit 4.
Keelan, let me know what you prefer.
Yeah, we're pulling it up.
Thank you.
Give us just a second.
So for those who have it up, and when you see it, you're going to see a table that has a column with a lot of money that's being removed from this fiscal year's money allocations, and then a second column that has the same amount for many of those things. And that's money that's being carried over or rolling over from this year to next year. There are several lines, however, that do not roll over. They have a 0 in that second column. And this is in the middle big table. There's those 4 that you see kind of together that have a 0 in the right column. It's the middle 2 of those. And my amendment would basically be to put the $100,000 in the left column also into the right column for PX contact survey carryover, and the $737,000 there for in the next line for Portland Fire and Rescue over. This would allow, and I'll explain each one of them. They're 2 together. It's money that would be used for one-time training costs for firefighters, which would do 2 things. It would allow them to pay the cost of training firefighters, which takes 10 months roughly from recruitment to being able to be in the traveler pool, picking up shifts and reducing overtime. And it would also give certainty to Portland Fire and Rescue today, not in June, which would mean that it is more likely that they could get that recruitment done very early in the fiscal year, which is really critical because 10 months from the beginning of this fiscal year, in May of next year, we have a 27 pay period, which will lead to a retirement wave. So having recruits ready to go when the retirements hit, as opposed to 2 months after the retirement hit, is the main benefit of doing this now as opposed to later. Also, we don't know if it would be done later, but assuming even if it was, it's better to do it now. That's the 737. The $100,000 one is a contact survey program which would implement a customer service post-incident event when a community member interacts with the police. This is something that was recommended by the compliance officer community liaison for the settlement agreement for Portland Police. It was then recommended by the Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing. That recommendation was endorsed by Chief Day and Mayor Wheeler. It was a work table was set up to create a RFP, a request for proposal, to find a vendor to implement this. That work was done, including labor, including a lot of partners, which we can speak to. Some of them are in the room. And then it went to procurement, and there was a delay at procurement. And as a result, the RFP would not get done in time for them to use the money this year. So this would allow them to continue using that money into next year and avoid the entire project getting shut down. And that, I think, is a success. I can speak more if anyone has questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Ruth, are you able to share with us whether these are requests that were made by the DCA and then zeroed out in a decision by folks in the administrator or the mayor's office, or whether these are requests that the service area did not make?
Yeah, they were requests that were made by the service area. The reason they were zeroed out was simply that we were trying to apply a pretty strict lens on carryovers. So we were looking at things that had actually begun this fiscal year and just wouldn't be completed this fiscal year. So, that was the rationale behind it, but yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, you're in the queue.
Thank you.
Need to have a second before we move to discussion.
Okay.
Sorry. You're right, Councillor Zimmerman.
Smith.
Thank you for catching me. Okay, we have a second from Councillor Apolos. Councillor Smith?
Thank you. A couple things I want to get some clarity on. So these other dollars, they also put the spring bump in here, right? As a part of this money?
Councillor, I'm sorry. I believe we're doing discussion to the proposed amendment right now.
To the proposed.
I should have asked.
Okay, I'm sorry. So again, my answer is still the same. We should not be working on budget 25-26 before we have a chance to look at the entire budget. And the DCAs, the mayor, the city manager, whoever brought this forward, the city budget office, I was gonna say the same thing. So no, we should not, until we find out what the mayor's budget is, we can't be acting on, there may be something more important than this, Samir, that we have to do for money pieces. I don't have a problem with policy, but money pieces, you have to wait until the budget is dropped. And so that's where it begins and ends. And the other pieces, if the department wanted this, they've had more than enough chance to ask for a budget modification to ask for this money. But doing it in this way, it's a real sneaky kind of way to do things.
Counselor, this is the regular technical adjustment. It's equivalent to what was the bump before. And
yes.
The question at hand is whether we should carry over funds that had been allocated last year or whether we should allow those funds that weren't spent to be part of our beginning balance.
And that's what I'm saying, Madam President. We should not, because it is causing us to make a decision about 25, 26 early. We're taking that money because ordinarily that money would be pushed over as one-time only money or ongoing money for the next budget so that the mayor could do what he needed to do with it. And until the mayor drops his budget, I don't know that this is an emergency right now.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Zimmerman?
Thanks. Well, it took a minute to follow along. I think I'm there. I think I know what lines we're referencing, Counselor. As the chair of the Finance Committee, this is the very first minute that I'm hearing of this. Portland Fire and Rescue, the DCA, Mr. Myers of Public Safety have not brought this up to me. This is not something that I've heard of, and I do not remember any testimony from them at the Finance Committee regarding this technical adjustment, what used to be called a spring bump. So I would like to highlight this moment as to underline what Councilor Smith has said. I look at this page and I say, yes, some things are carried over. Those are not always my most preferred method, but what I see from that is that indicates to me that the executive branch of this government has said they see some reason why it needs to be carried over, either because the work has already started. It's very likely that they're going to be proposing it as part of the upcoming budget. But it is stark to me when the executive branch pulls back something that isn't going to be spent, that is representative of a previous council, and now we're getting something zeroed out. And so having not heard this case, having not heard from the executive branch on why this would be an important amendment and addition, and recognizing what $837,000 is in terms of opportunity for our upcoming work in the coming weeks, I would really encourage my colleagues not to support this amendment. This type of work is a very robust and important conversation, and I think that the committee structure continues to be tested about whether or not we're going to do the real work in committees so that we bring products to this council for consideration that have worked through some of the details instead of, I see no chief of fire here. I would like to understand what the chief of fire would do with this money if I put it in her pocket tomorrow. I can't do that from this position, and I won't be supporting the amendment because of it. As fun as it is to talk numbers with our budget team, they are not our operational team. And so I think that this amendment also looks like putting money into the pocket of a department who's not asked for it, for a mayor who's not asked for it. And I think it sets a precedent that, while we haven't set a ton of precedents yet, I think it's important to think about, and I hope that you will all give these programs the right time, the right conversation, and an operational look at a different day. But today's amendment is, and this technical adjustment is not the time for this. And so I would urge everybody strongly to vote this amendment down and pass the technical adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you. And if there are questions for the department, while we don't have the bureau directors online, we do have Stephanie Howard, who will be joining us in just a few minutes if needed. Councillor Canal and Smith, you've both spoken, so I'm going to jump to Councillor Green. Councillor Green to the amendment on the table.
But that's fine.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to understand your intent a little bit more clearly, is you're thinking that, yes, these programs may not have been started yet, and that's why they're moved out of one bucket into the other, but that if we don't do this adjustment, we risk, introducing a risk that the whole plan will fall apart. Is that the idea in your thinking? It's like a continuity argument?
May I respond?
Go right ahead, Councilor.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just clarify for the $100,000 portion of this, yes. So the $100,000 is to spend on the pilot project, the initiation of the survey itself. The planning has been going on, and it has involved people, including it included a staffer from the mayor's office, representatives from the PPA and the PPCOA, Portland Police Bureau leadership, Community Safety Division leadership, which is now the Public Safety Service Area DCA's office, the City Attorney's office, a representative from the Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing, and a representative from the Training Advisory Council. And they were working through that. They're coming up with the RFP, and then procurement was delayed, which has to do with the ongoing labor conversations we had earlier this year. And as a result, the RFP never got out in time for money to be actually spent by June 30th.
Okay.
And just to clarify, and I'm concerned that evidently people might not be aware that actually the only reason that it exists in this table at all is because it was in fact requested. If the Bureau Director had never asked for it, it would never have been in this table. So that is just factually incorrect, and I want to make sure that's clarified. There are a million things that are not put in, but if you want to see why it's in the left column, it says Bureau Requested Adjustment. That is the header for the column.
Thank you, Councilor. So with that in mind.
Councilor, can we pause for 1 minute? I want to clarify that with Ruth, because
that's not true.
My understanding was that any dollars that are returned or that are not going to be spent are returned in this way.
In the later table.
Whether or not they're requested. And then Councilor, we'll get back to your question. I apologize.
So I think maybe both things are true. Let me see if I track. But it is true that the bureaus did initially request this. We went through a process, and again, the lens was really strict on focusing on true carryover. We're trying to transition from sort of the former spring bump, where we had a pretty, I would say, expansive conception of what carryover was intended to be, and to a much more slimmed down version of that. And that was kind of the lens that was applied. So that's why, and I think the idea is, yes, this can still be considered in the 25-26 budget process. The money will would be essentially returned to the general fund if this amendment is not adopted, and then it can be considered by the mayor and then by you all in the 25-26 budget process. So that was the idea with the carryover, was to keep it really narrow. So it was requested. It was not put forward by the mayor and the city administrator in the version that was filed and was brought to the finance committee. Hopefully that clarifies.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor. Go ahead.
Thanks. Let me just finish my question and comment here. So I understand the finance chair's argumentation, but what I'll say here is, like, whatever, we do have the power to do this. We can make decisions to change this document. That is within the scope of City Council's power. If, let's suppose we voted yes on your amendment, there's nothing to prevent the mayor from issuing something that reverses that, and there's nothing to prevent this council from reversing that too during the budget committee. So in 6 and 1/2 a dozen in the other, as far as I'm concerned. So it's a statement of, as I understand it, Councilor Canal's intention to champion a program which I'm going to be doing throughout my tenure on this council at every month of the year. So I'm prepared to support the amendment.
Madam President.
Councilor, I want to make sure we hear from folks who haven't spoken yet, but I promise we will get back to you.
Okay. I thought I was next in the queue.
Councilor Avalos hasn't had a chance to speak yet.
So first I'll say that I said this in the Finance Committee that in general, I was not a big fan of the fact that I felt we were being given a document that needed a rubber stamp and didn't really have the opportunity to discuss why these changes are requested, how they fit into larger Bureau directives, et cetera. I said also in the Finance Committee, I recognize the just, patch year that we're in and that some processes we're going to need to continue to refine. But I'm stating that because it's relevant to me to what I'm about to say, which is that I think that this amendment raises some foundational questions, kind of building off of what Councilor Green is saying on if a Bureau makes a request, right, let's just put it that way, because they want to discontinue a program, let's say, but the council decides that that's a program that is a priority to the community. Do we get to direct the Bureau via a budget allocation to reprioritize that program? I believe the answer is yes. I also don't think that our only measurement of making budget decisions should be, does the Bureau want or not want it? Because it is our job as the electeds to combine both the expertise of our hardworking staff and consider their recommendations and to represent our constituents and their priorities. So in general, I just want to challenge this concept that this isn't the place to have this discussion, that we don't get to make this decision, and that we don't, with our with our budget decisions, get to redirect Bureau priorities based on what we believe we're representing for our constituents. All that being said, based on the arguments that Councilor Canal has mentioned, I am definitely inclined to support approving this. And I think on the back end, I want to follow up with the administrative side and the mayor and the bureaus to just understand what happens in a situation like this where we say we want this direction with these dollars, and is there a negotiation process? I don't know what that looks like yet, but my larger point is I do believe we have the power to do this. I think Councilor Canal has made an argument that is compelling to me about why those programs should be prioritized and funded, and I think I'm leaving on the table this broader question about how we're going to be using our authority as electeds when making budget decisions to direct bureaus to do work that we believe represents our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you discuss this in the Public Safety Committee, Commissioner?
No.
Councillor?
Did you? Councillor, this came to the Finance Committee. It's a technical adjustment ordinance that touches a number of different policy areas.
I understand that. I meant this whole issue that you're talking about, where this.
No, we weren't. No, and we weren't aware of it at the time that the agenda was set for the Finance Committee. Sorry, for the Community and Public Safety Committee.
Okay.
The most recent meeting. It was not given to. We had no ability to react in the time frame necessary to get it on the agenda.
But we will have a chance to work on this when the budget comes to us after May 5th.
We will have a chance to look at how we spend FY 25-26 revenue at that time. This is FY 24-25 revenue.
Right, I understand that. But we will have another chance at this when the mayor provides a budget.
This could be part of the mayor's budget. We don't know yet if these programs will be included in the mayor's budget.
But we'll have an opportunity to make that change should we decide to. So
absolutely.
This is beginning to feel to me like the former commissioner style of government, that we're in a different form of government now. And I think this is really inappropriate at this time. I understand where you're coming from. I understand you want to do this. I understand the rationale. But it seems to me it opens up the door for the different bureaus to come to us anytime and ask us for things outside the process of a city manager form of government and a legislative body. We're going to have our opportunity to do this. This just doesn't seem like the right place or time to make this kind of change. Thank you for listening to me.
Councillor Novick.
A question for Councilor Canal. What would you, just to make sure I understand this, do you think that it's reasonable to draw a distinction between the survey and the PF&R program carryover? Are you more worried about the survey never being completed than you're worrying about the PF&R budget?
I think they're both valuable, and I put them up together. I don't draw a distinction in terms of the importance.
Okay. I just was wondering if you might think that the survey might be more at risk.
I mean, I can speak to what, well, I can't. The the request from the bureaus actually does say what they believe the impact would be of not doing this. And I think they could probably, those words speak for themselves in many ways. I also know that we have Elizabeth Gallagher from Portland Fire and Rescue Online who can speak to that and who has her hand raised, as well as Stephanie, who's, sorry, your name's showing as Stephanie Howard as well. So that at any point we could reach to that. But I did send Keelan the request from Portland Fire and Rescue, which speaks to that. I can also send the other one.
So I want to respond to the idea that we can deal with this in the context of the overall 25-26 budget discussions. The fact is that when the mayor proposes a budget, then if we propose adding something in, we're going to have to say, let's take something else out. Right. So that will put us in a more difficult position in terms of arguing for something than arguing for it now. So although I understand Chair Zimmerman's process point, I sympathize with Councilor Canal's point that this is, well, I don't know if you even said this, but I think that we put these dollars more at risk if we don't deal with it now and deal with it later. So frankly, I'm not sure actually how I'm going to vote, but I just wanted to make that general point that, you know, the mayor has enormous power in this system, despite the fact that he doesn't have a vote, because he writes the document first. And if we vote to change his document, we're going to make somebody mad and somebody else happy. But as Machiavelli said, the people who lose are always angrier than the people who win whenever there's any change. So I just wanted to put that philosophical thought on the table.
Thank you, Councillor. I am next in the queue. I agree, Councillor Avalos, we have the budget authority. We can make these changes. And I will just say, when this came before the Finance Committee, I had the opportunity to see it for the first time there. My initial thought was, why on earth are we carrying all of this over? Is there anything that we could actually not carry over so that we have more flexibility, more opportunity to think about our priorities as we begin the budget process, and more money in our general fund that we have gotten back through the technical adjustment ordinance. I didn't make an amendment to do that because I didn't want to take funding away from programs that were already in process. I think these are both important things, and we do have the authority to make the change if we want to. I do want to share, though, that I will be leaning no. My mind could be changed, but certainly leaning that direction, because I think it's important right now to give ourselves as much flexibility as possible as we move into our budget work. Councillor Ryan, I believe you were next in the queue, but your hand is now down. Did you have something you wanted to add to the discussion?
Yeah, I'm just trying to track it here at home. I did notice that the chief, Jackson, was on, so that intrigued me. I thought it would be helpful to hear from her, since her name was brought up. Rightly so.
Thank you, Councillor. And I believe we have both folks from the DCA's office. I'm not sure if DCA Myers is on or not, but I know that Stephanie Howard is, and also the chief. Mike or Stephanie, would either of you like to say something or invite your bureau staff to say anything?
No, they don't.
Well, Council President, this is DCA Myers. I'm the Deputy City Administrator for Public Safety. With regard to the context survey, and I'm a bit reserved to have discussion with the council here without the mayor president. There's been a lot of discussion around the mayor's proposed, but the context survey discussion, we had talked at length about it not being what we call shovel ready, and proposing that we would defer to putting that in the mayor's proposed. Now, I cannot speak for the mayor. I will just tell you what we conversations that I have discussed. The intent is to at some point fund the context survey. It is important to us. And Stephanie, if you want to add context to that, I know the DOJ settlement is important. Can you add context to that? Then I would like to talk a little bit about the additional funds for extra firefighters.
Yeah, I can just speak to the contact survey. I think Councilor Canal did a great job of overviewing kind of the history and where we are in that process. And as many of us know, procurement is incredibly busy and has a very small staff, but it is still very much in progress. I think what I mostly want to say is that I don't think this is reflective of any intent of whether the contact survey program moves forward. I think, you know, in the DCA's office, certainly, I think with the mayor's team and I think with our other public safety leaders, I think there's absolute unity in wanting to move that forward, whether it comes from the mayor's proposed or if we retain the budget and carry it over. But I think that's just to be as clear as I can. I think there's support either way. However this happens, it would just be a matter of the timing of it.
And Stephanie, I don't know if you know this or not, and Council President, I think this is important as we make decisions collectively as a group. There's a group not represented here, and that is the labor group. And, you know, there is some interest in making sure that we have conversation with labor, even around a contact survey, as benign as it may seem to all of us here, about bargaining that. And I think the union president might suggest that he has not done bargaining this issue, and something for you all to be aware of. This is a very, we just need to be very careful as we go forward and make decisions.
And just to be clear, we do have our labor representatives in the work group that's been working on this. So we're keeping them very much involved in the progression.
Thank you. And I should flag for you both that your firefighters president is in the room with us watching this discussion. Okay.
Madam President.
Going back to the queue, I have Councilor Canal, then Councilor Smith, then Councilor Zimmerman. Councilor Canal, I promise we'll get back to you, Councilor Smith.
Actually, I'd actually like to hear from Fire first, but while we're doing that, Keelan, could you put up the request that they put up that I sent you? I'm happy to go after them because DCA Myers said that.
Madam President, there's a process issue here right now that I need to talk about before we have everybody give testimony that they're walking on eggshells about.
Councilor, we are in discussion on the amendment.
Right.
I believe if you have a process question
about the amendment.
Okay. Go right ahead.
First of all, if the DCA wanted this, he would have put it up. He didn't. He's being nice. The mayor put this up. So unless we pass the original, his can't pass. He can't supersede it. I mean, the mayor put this on so that he could use those dollars for him to make plans and do his budget, period. And yes, we can do this. We can actually do what you're saying, but we have said as a council that we were not. You told me, Eric told me, that I couldn't put money issues in before the mayor dropped his budget. And it's just simple, it's a process. You can't put money stuff in before the mayor drops his budget, because all he's gonna do, if he don't like what he sees, he's just gonna take it out. So what's the purpose?
Councilor, what is the process question?
That's the process. There is a process that goes along with this.
There is a process. The technical adjustment ordinance is part of the new regular process. So
yes, and we were not given an opportunity to know that this was the spring bump money. This went through finance. We should have had a work session to explain what this was, and that's the process question. Why didn't you do that?
Councilor, I'm happy to talk about having more work sessions. I had significant feedback that we were having too many work sessions early on. We have committees to hold conversations about things, and there are many committees I'm not in that I'd like to be engaged in conversation on, and I have to trust my colleagues or show up to those committees or watch them. So
I know, I disagree, because that was about a spring bump. We needed to know about the spring bump. It was hidden in the finance committee. We should have had a 2-hour, 3-hour conversation, just like we had to say, here's the money that has come in to the city since we last did our budget, and that is the process issue. And this is the reason why we're in this argument right now, because nobody had the 30,000-foot level to say, give us some more information. Don't slide it through finance and try to get it through here like nobody's paying attention.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Canal, you'd like to hear from our folks from Fire before you speak? Is that correct?
I can just say if Chief would like to jump out. I'm sorry that I read the name instead of actually looking at the picture there. This, what's on the screen on Zoom is the request from fire. So again, this was requested by Portland Fire and Rescue, as was the other thing by the Office of the DCA. I just wanted to make sure that that was flagged. I don't know if there's anything, Chief, you'd like to add, but I would like to hear. Yeah.
Chief, go right ahead if you have any comments to add.
Hi, good evening, and I'm sorry I could not be there in person. My name is AJ Jackson. I'm the interim fire chief for Portland Fire and Rescue. And this was a carryover request that we made because this training was started. This is our January hire. And so as many of you have heard along the way, our training pipeline is 9.5 to 10 months long. So the idea was to carry over these funding to complete this class's training into the next fiscal year. So our hires are in January and July. So this would move that, continue to pay for those 10 FTE until they were ready to fill a vacancy, and then continue to reduce overtime for our Bureau.
And the other thing I should mention, you're going to hear this in a couple things, and I'll be very brief, is everything I've proposed amending today is something that will have positive financial effects in the long term. And the long term is not the next month, but it's also not 10 years away, right? We're talking about continuing the progress that fire has made, which is, you know, really, really strong at reducing overtime. We just heard about that in the preceding work session. And so ensuring that we're able to do that progress and continue that progress towards it will prevent us from backsliding on the progress we've already made. I'll conclude there.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Smith, are you in the queue, or were you in the queue for the comments that you made earlier?
No. I was in the queue for the comments later, but I just wanted to say I think we need to ensure that our budget-related changes are communicated clearly, and the money that we're dealing with, that we should have a clear understanding where they came from and how they got here. And I think the council deserves the opportunity to assess the entire budget so we can ask some important questions and get answer to those questions, like how much money, because I can't tell from all these different tables, how much money was reallocated in the bump. What was the bump? I don't even know.
This is the bump.
I know, how much was the bump?
Ruth, are you able to give a quick answer to the question, how much was the total bump or technical adjustment ordinance now?
Are you asking specific to the fire amount?
Well, no, I'm asking
Total
for the
amount.
entire thing, Ruth, because what happens is we got 47 funds that we're taking money from, 47. And there's money that has come in from BITI since we last did our fall bump. I want to know what that number is, not the numbers that have been intermingled between these 47 funds.
I think I understand the question. This ordinance does not add any funding. And Anthony can speak to the net numbers for the total, but we're not adding any funding in this ordinance. Again, sort of as a departure from how we used to do spring bumps, the only things that were allowed in this ordinance were to return general fund, to carry over funding for those specific sort of short list of items that had been begun, and then to do technical adjustments between funds and to allow for funds like water and sewer that have a lot of technical changes they need to make. So those were the only actions. So there's no added funding at all in this ordinance.
And so we'll find that out in the general fund forecast, what that was?
Yes, right. The general fund forecast update that will come out in April will be reflected in the mayor's proposed budget. This is disconnected from that.
The reason why this is so difficult is because generally the general fund forecast comes out first, and then you put these out to say where you want to save stuff or not save stuff, and then the mayor puts their budget out. And so that's, some of this stuff is the process that I was trying to talk about earlier. It's not in the right order. And so and then we don't have the mayor here to be able to say what his intention was on this.
So just on the process point, so we've historically done the spring bump around this same time, and we historically have not used the general fund forecast change in that same year. It always rolls into the next fiscal year. What we have done in the past is reallocated underspending sometimes within the same fiscal year, and we're not doing that anymore.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. So it's giving, and particularly for people like me and Eric who have done this before, we're trying to figure out why is this process not feeling right. And so when we're sitting here having to have an impact on the 25-26 and we don't even have the mayor's budget yet, I don't know if this is the most important thing that we need to be doing, especially if the DCA did not bring it forward. The mayor already figured out what he wanted to do. So I don't know.
Councillor Zimmerman, we're going to move to Councillor Murillo since she hasn't spoken yet. We'll come right back to you. Councillor Murillo.
Thank you, Council President. I think I'm having a hard time with this because I think that this is kind of another discussion around our process. And I agree with Councillor Smith that this should have been maybe a work session because while I understand, I worked here when we had the spring bump and now it's been renamed to something else. So I kind of understand that process and what it's supposed to mirror. But this is, it feels like it was very sudden. It was posted on Friday. We're reviewing it now. Most of us who aren't on committees have already discussed that realistically, we don't have time to watch other committees. And this is just a recurring issue that I see happening over and over again. I'm inclined to support Councillor Canal's amendment because I think it's important to continue to ensure that our programs feel secure and that they have the support that they need over time. But I'm just kind of concerned about this process moving forward, and I would like to see some more delineation between what is going to be heard only in the Finance Committee and when we're going to get a briefing overall, because the mayor also has check-ins with all of us on budget semi-regularly, and this was not brought up during our check-in whatsoever. So I have concerns about that.
Councillor Zimmerman.
So whoever wants to answer this, go for it. The 10 firefighters in question, are we laying them off tomorrow if we don't pass this? I'm good. I'd like them to just figure out who's going to answer it.
Well, if I can, Councillor, I'll defer to the chief for
Thank
that.
you.
Chief?
No, we will not be laying any of the 10 firefighters off if this isn't approved.
Okay, thank you. The way I'm looking at 737,000 is that the funding for them exists through the 30th of June, which is how we fund city programs. And I'm getting a nod from the city administrator, so I've at least got that check mark. All right. And in that, then, that means that this program is fully funded for the current year. And we recognize, from what I'm hearing from the chief, we recognize that their training program is going to go into the next fiscal year. What I guess I would expect is that any bureau who has employee costs who are going to move into the next fiscal year, that their next fiscal budget would account for those costs. This seems to me to be a way to plump up a bureau's budget without going through the regular budget process, and that seems strange to me because this group of employees will still be accounted for. And so I am going to reject this idea that because they started a 10-month training program, that tomorrow, if we don't pass this, they're going to be on a bus ticket somewhere else. That's just simply not the case. We just heard that. So let's not get too fired up on what could happen if we don't pass this. I will say I'm more in favor of having a policy in this city who does not allow carryovers. And I say that knowing that it could be damning to certain programs. But when we evaluate a new budget, we evaluate every dollar. And to plus it up or not plus it up a few months before we pass it there's some historical stuff happening here, and I think it's good to recognize that. I think this is probably one of the last technical adjustment ordinances we'll probably ever see, because the Finance Committee this summer will be looking at a more monthly or quarterly, or excuse me, monthly or even more often of budget modifications, the way other governments do, to be a little bit more transparent about these changes. But carry over this late in a fiscal year to go further into the next fiscal year when we're about to enter into a budget is a way to get a whole lot of numbers into a budget outside of the process that Councilor Smith is noting. And I agree to everybody who said we do have the authority. We 100% have the authority. I question none of that for my colleagues who brought that up. The point I guess I'm trying to make is that if this was so important, if this was the fact that we have folks who are not going to work tomorrow because we don't pass it today, I think we would have heard that. We would have heard it ahead of time. And I'm not hearing that from today's information from staff. I'm not hearing that from people who are proposing it. And so this looks like an end run on something that does not seem clear. And so again, I'll encourage folks, and I think the Budget Office, if you have the ability to provide an answer for what would happen if we do not pass a technical adjustment today.
I mean, I think I can't speak for every single line item in it exactly, but I think the biggest problem would show up because of those technical changes across funds and from contingency into funds. The main reason we, you know, as some folks may have heard, we weren't planning to bring this forward this spring. The main reason we did bring it forward was for those technical adjustments. They would probably have to come as standalone ordinances, because there are some where we heard people need to do them just to keep paying bills. So those are the sort of meat of this ordinance is for that purpose. To be perfectly frank, the carryover is not required. It's not a required portion of this ordinance at all. But the technical changes are, and the general fund return gives us a better sense of what we're looking at for 25-26 in terms of available fund balance. It allows the mayor and you all to count that with more confidence. I think if we didn't know that number, we would be a little bit more conservative in sort of what we're assuming in terms of fund balance that's going to show up at the end of the fiscal year, just because we wouldn't have that level of certainty. So
just to put a finer point, I want to make sure that some of this is me too. All right, I've done a few of these, but it's a new government, and I want to make sure I'm answering asking learning questions for the carryover column. If we do not authorize carryover, that money then goes into the beginning fund balance for the development of the upcoming budget that starts on July 1st. Is that a correct state? No, you're pausing.
No, okay. It's correct. I mean, sort of either way, it goes into beginning fund balance. Honestly, there's no actual change from this amendment. It goes into beginning fund balance either way. It's just, are we sort of pre-counting it towards that specific line item, or are you leaving it into the pool of general fund that becomes allocated through the mayor's proposed budget and then through your budget?
So I say that, Madam President, just to highlight the point that if there is heartburn about this, my great ask here is, I would still say, I would ask you, please do not pass this amendment. But if we do, if we go forward with that, I would ask that we carve out the carryover. I would be happy to make an amendment that we drop all the carryovers from this, but we make the technical adjustments tonight and drop the carryover so we can just include it as part of the regular budget. But this one-off here and there, I don't know that these are coherent thoughts yet. And so what is listed here is a way in which the executive branch has signaled some direction that I think will probably be reflected on the May 7th release. Those are all things we can talk about throughout that process. I think those are healthy discussions, but carryover policy is inappropriate. We should have that. We owe it as a finance and as a council to the staff. Like, how do we want to approach carryover next year? But I don't think we should one-off it tonight. And if we if we can take all the carryover out and just pass the technical, I'd be fine with that too. But this one-off right now, I think this is sending this down a direction where I'm not sure that there's a lot of confidence around the dais about exactly where things came from, exactly where things are going, exactly how it affects the proposed budget coming forward, and I'm hearing that loud and clear. And I want to be cautious of down trace effects if we make changes tonight, and then other things that are just programmatic direction setting, and those are different items tonight. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, we are 10 minutes, 18 minutes over time and still on an amendment here. So we do have 2 people left in the queue. I would just ask that we keep comments to new issues so that we can get to a vote. Councillor Canal. Thank you, Madam President.
I have no problem with the idea that we should be considering carryovers broadly. I think that is an important point. But the question before us is whether or not, if we're doing these other 17 carryovers, we should have 2 that are for these particular programs, and whether those are meaningful and things that we would like to see not only carried over, but that certainty is given today or whenever we pass the document, not June 20th or whenever we pass the full budget. And that allows that money to be more shovel ready on July 1st to get out the door. That's a really important part of this process, is having that certainty. And that's maybe less relevant for some programs than others, I get that. But certainty is valuable. It conveys a message to the people managing these programs. And we're being asked to be deferential to the administration. I recognize that, and I think generally speaking, if the people that we're asked to be deferential towards represent a status quo that suits us, I can see why that would be appealing. We're being asked to be deferential to committees that we're not necessarily on, but only some of the time. That hasn't been enforced consistently here. 7 of us have a responsibility to manage we have a fiduciary responsibility of the city, the same as the 5 who are on the finance committee. That's an important thing to keep in mind here. And so this is where the final decision is going to be made, not at the committee level. We've always known that. The question is, how deferential are we going to be on it? Again, we didn't have the time. We didn't have a work session. I completely agree with Councillor Smith on that. But council is the budget committee and not any of the subcommittees of the council. So with that, I would ask for a vote in favor to signal the use of the money, but also to earmark that money effectively into this, again, this fiscal year's money, to continue allocating it the way it's already been allocated. That's what this amendment would do for these 2 particular projects. Thank you.
Councillor Green.
Madam President, I call the question.
Is there a second?
Second.
Keelan, could you please call the roll? This is a vote on whether to end discussion and vote on the emergency ordinance before us.
Canal.
Aye.
Ryan.
I'm going to vote no, but I want to make a comment that I think that I would suggest we pull this and bring it to the Finance Committee meeting and bring it to our May 7th meeting. I would like to ask, I just want to put that out there. I'm sure it'll still be timely enough to get through the process of the spring bump. But I vote no on this question.
Councillor, I'm going to jump in while we have a pause to say I misstated that. This is a vote on whether to move to the vote on the amendment, not on the emergency ordinance. And Councillor, I think you asked a question on whether there was timing to refer this back, which I think is out of order while we are in the middle of this vote, but I think we should.
I think it is, but I had my hand up before Councillor Green put that there, and I was suggesting it to you, Council President. I think you have the authority to pull something back and move it to a committee, and then we can bring it to the next council meeting, because this is clear as mud.
We are in the middle of a vote. Let's finish this vote.
All right, I just want to let you know that's why my hand was up. Thanks.
Cleomeline.
Okay, so we're voting on Councillor Canal's amendment.
We are not. We are voting to end debate and take the vote on the amendment.
Yeah.
Councillor, was that an aye?
Aye, yes.
Mario.
Aye.
Melvin.
For the record, I'm disappointed that Councillor Ryan didn't quite Al Pacino and say, out of order, this whole council is out of order. Aye.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Turtle Guinea.
Aye.
With 11 aye votes, the question is called.
Okay, we now move into a vote on the amendment to the emergency ordinance.
Canal.
Fairly obviously, aye.
Ryan.
No.
Brianna Lane.
So as we're thinking about the upcoming budget, something that I've been hearing is that thought about efficiency and making sure that our departments are running well, and also this need for stability. And so that is compelling to me that this is a step towards that, that this action shows that we're trying to provide some stability for these bureaus here. And so I recognize this is a little uncomfortable, but I think it takes us closer to where we want to be. I vote aye.
Mario.
Aye.
Novick.
I agree with Councilor Zimmerman that we need to have a discussion about carryovers as a council for next year. Okay, I'm going to waste everybody's time by pointing out that there is an argument for carryovers in that if you don't have some carryover, then bureaus might feel like they need to spend all their money by the end of the year because otherwise they'll lose it. And I think there should be some incentive to keep it. In fact, when Gary Locke was governor of Washington, he adopted a policy that you don't automatically lose all your money if you don't spend it by the end of the year. You get to keep half of it. So I suspect I will be arguing for a change in policy to that effect. I am going to oppose the amendment largely because the administration has come up with a carryover policy. I don't know if I agree with it, but I haven't heard it explained in great detail, and I'm reluctant to change the policy without having a replacement. And also, frankly, I see that another chunk of money that's not being carried over is something called CIMS for PBEM. And given that PBEM is in desperate need of money, if I voted for Councilor Canal's amendment, I feel compelled to offer an amendment for PBEM to keep that money too. And I don't want to keep us here till midnight. I'm conflicted on this, but sort of as a matter of process, I'm going to vote no.
Clark.
No.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
No.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
No.
Turtle Guinea.
As I stated before, I truly am worried about us having the flexibility that we need when the budget comes to us. I vote no.
The amendment has 6 yes votes and 6 no votes. It's tied and the amendment fails.
Thank you.
Where's the mayor? Yes.
So I'm going to invite up Robert Taylor to clarify what happens in a split vote on an amendment. And councilors, predicting that this might happen, I did check in with both Robert Taylor to make sure he was here and could explain to us the process, and also on the mayor's whereabouts. The mayor is not in the building and not reachable. Robert, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. For the record, Robert Taylor, City Attorney. As it stands now, under the charter, it gives the mayor the responsibility to break a tie vote on a matter before council. We read that to mean the tie vote on final passage in the absence of any council rule to the contrary. Council has its own authority under the charter to adopt its rules of procedure. If council wants to adopt a rule that allows the mayor to vote on procedural matters like motion to table, motion to refer, motion to amend, they can do so. But as it stands now, the procedural motion on the motion to amend tied 6-6, it fails.
Are there any questions about that explanation?
Yes.
Counselor?
I'm concerned and I'm troubled with that explanation because the same thing happened when we were trying to vote in our president. And they said, except for that vote, he can break every other tie. So here we are with every other tie. So now you're saying he can't break this?
In when that issue came up in January 2nd, the advice was also, there was a question about whether council could adopt a rule to give the mayor the tie-breaking vote on the election for president.
That's not what I said. I said you can do it based on the current charter.
I understand this issue has come up before, and it's unfortunate it has come up again. I don't think I anticipated this issue coming up at this venue right now, but we have thought about this in our office. We do believe that charter provision contemplates the mayor breaking a tie on final passage. And if you want it, the council does have their authority to adopt their own rules. They can adopt a rule giving the mayor the ability to break a tie on procedural matters. That is council's prerogative to do that.
Can we pull up the language on the charter so we can read the language? Pull it up on the screen.
We can pull it up. This is our attorney's legal advice. And
again,
Counselor, it is one line in charter. Let's pull it up so that everybody can see it.
But he's adding more lines to the charter, and that's what I'm saying. Let's look at what exactly the charter says.
He's interpreting and giving us advice. There have been conversations about bringing forward a conversation around expanding on the one line in charter, because there clearly is not a lot of meat to this. There's not direction on what we do if the mayor is not able to be present on a final vote when this does come into effect. So there are conversations that governance will need to have around this.
I would like Candace Avalos, who is the chair of the charter committee, to say what was the intent. That's what I want to know.
I am not sure if that is in order.
She needs to tell us what the intent was, because I know what it says. He settles the tie.
Counselor, I don't know that that is in order, and I don't see Counselor Avalos leaning in to do that. Let's get the charter up very quickly. We are at 8:30. We need to finish this agenda item so that we can take a break and move on to other meaty items.
Madam President, point of clarification. Are we now back to the original motion?
We are.
Call the question.
We are back to the original motion.
Second.
Okay. We have called the question and we have a second. Counselor, points of order.
There were, my understanding is that there were motions that were floated a moment ago to table this item or to refer it back. Would this preclude those motions which were suggested by the person who just moved to call the question?
There were no motions given. There was an ask from me to consider sending this back to committee from Counselor Ryan, which I'm not inclined to do since committee already had a robust discussion about this ordinance.
Well, it would be our decision as a council, not yours individually, as I recall, but yeah.
Either. And yes, council could vote to do that, but right now we have a motion to call the question, which supersedes debate. That would be something that could be raised in debate.
Point of order, though. To call any motion, you have to have the floor. And I see there are people in queue. And so are we accepting a motion that's randomly thrown out before looking at the queue? I don't think that's Robert's rules.
If folks are in the queue for discussion on this, then yes, we would move to them. I thought that those were hands left over that hadn't been lowered from the last discussion.
In general, though, I don't think if somebody shouts out an order that you should at least say you have the floor before you accept it. I don't think that's Robert's rules that anybody can just say that and you move on it.
Councillor Canal, are you in the queue on the main ordinance?
Yes, but I'm happy to let you finish this conversation if that's helpful.
Okay. So.
I don't know.
Do we have the charter language pulled up?
Still calling the question. Robert's rules does not ask for a Zoom call. We have called the question. Madam President, it's time for the vote.
Robert's rules does not state what order we do things in. You are right. And Robert's rules doesn't say that somebody can't jump in to call the question. Our procedures do say that this is how we take items. We have had folks work a little more casually before, but right now we have an objection to that. So I'm going to defer to what our procedures are, which is that we take things in the order that is in Zoom. Counselor, we take things in the order in Zoom with the exception, which we've discussed before, that if somebody has not yet spoken, they move to the front of the line, which is what happened earlier. So we are still on the discussion that you have raised, Counselor, around the charter. And we do have the charter section up. It is under the duties of the mayor. It is not written in the council part of the charter, but under the duties of the mayor, one of them is listed here, E, vote on matters before the council in case of a tie when the mayor casts the deciding vote. Counselor, did you want to comment on that?
I can talk. Okay.
We are still on your comment.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So the legal and Robert, I trust your legal experience in this. I'm not trying to disagree with you, but I am disagreeing with your legal assessment because I don't know how you get to where you're at from just that line, because it's very clear what it says. And I hate that I didn't ask that question to bring it up when I asked you it originally, and we could have solved all this. But to me, I don't accept it. I respect your legal knowledge, but I don't accept what you're telling us, because the mayor probably knew that this was going to be an issue and he should have been here.
Counselor, first I want to thank you for the reasonable disagreement. I really do thank you for that. And then secondly, when we read that, we think the phrase, when the mayor casts the deciding vote, that means the final vote on passage or adoption, not a procedural motion to amend or to table or to refer. So that's how we get to that conclusion. But I understand folks can read that differently. And again, if council wants to give the mayor the authority to cast that type of vote on procedural motions, I do believe council has that authority to make a rule like that.
He's not here though, and so it wouldn't matter. And it's his budget item.
Counselor, anything else?
No, ma'am, thank you. They called the question.
Well, in the order in the queue, Counselor Canal.
Madam President, not to complicate things further, I don't believe Councilor Novick has spoken yet on the main motion.
We are back to the main motion. Counselor Green, have you spoken to the main motion?
I have not spoken to the main motion.
Counselor Green, Counselor Canal, thank you.
I'm going to call the question.
Second.
Okay. The question has been called and seconded. This is a vote on whether or not to end discussion and move to a vote on the passage of the emergency ordinance. Keelan, can you please call the roll?
We need to get out of the habit of using calling the question
Counselor,
to
we
cut off the
are in a vote.
I have to speak to my vote. That's my reason for voting no. We need to get out of the habit of using the idea of calling the question to cut off our colleagues. It's not a good way of doing things, and that is my reason for voting no. Thank you.
Ryan.
Yes.
Quiamaline.
Yes.
Mario.
Wait, I'm sorry. I think there's a few of us confused on exactly what we're voting on at this time.
We are calling the question. We are voting on whether to end debate and vote on the passage of the emergency ordinance.
Okay, hi.
Novick.
The overall emergency ordinance. So be passing it without the amendment.
Correct. The amendment was voted down. But this is the vote on calling the question. This is the vote on ending debate.
Would you like to end debate?
Regretfully, aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
No.
Dunphy.
I would have liked to have heard what Councilor Novick had to say. I vote no.
Smith.
Aye.
Fertile Guinea.
Aye.
With 9 yes votes, the question is called.
Okay. Do we need a motion and a second? Okay, so we are just moving into a vote on the emergency ordinance. Councilors, this is a vote on agenda item number 10, which is an emergency ordinance. This vote would lead to failure or final passage. This emergency ordinance is not amended. It is here before us in its introduced form.
Thank you. It's a very difficult one, and it's difficult because the process that's led us to this point has been very challenging. We had seen a committee get to hear it, but with limited even advance notice for them, let alone the other 7 of us. And now it's also being proposed as an emergency ordinance when even from the information we've heard from our staff says that there would not actually be any impact to waiting until May 7th to do it. As it is an emergency ordinance, and I have brought this up several times from this dais, it needs to fulfill the criteria of an emergency. It doesn't do that, based on what we're hearing from the staff today. Avoiding future delay is not a reason for cutting off the ability of the public to see this for longer than 5 days from the posting to the consideration. Secondly, I mean, yeah, it wouldn't have affected my vote, but I do think it's worth saying that it's important to convey to our public safety partners in the administration what we stand on. We stand for receiving data not only from the loudest voices in the room, but from everybody who has had an interaction, good, bad, or neutral, with the police. And we stand on ensuring that firefighters are funded for the training program so that we are able to reduce overtime while retaining the levels of service that we have been trying to maintain in very difficult times for that bureau and frankly for the entirety of the public safety service area. And so as a co-chair of the Community and Public Safety Committee, I was very happy to try and convey that. I am disappointed in that. That's not going to affect my vote. The emergency ordinance reasoning, and frankly, Councilor Zimmerman's argument earlier and Councilor Ryan's argument earlier on why we don't necessarily need to do this today is why I'm voting no. Thank you.
Ryan.
Aye.
Guillaume.
Aye.
Mario.
No.
Novick.
I'd like to take this opportunity to tell the council president that this is one of those nights that makes me think that there's not enough money in the world to make me take her job. Aye.
Mark.
I just want to say that we're really fledgling legislators, and we have a lot to learn. We have a lot to practice. We have procedures to understand and to implement. We have a long way to go. It's a great start. A little bit of sausage making here. I vote aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Aye.
Avalos.
Regrettably, I vote aye because I wish the amendment passed, but I vote aye.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Bertolini.
Councilors, there was a lot of conversation through this debate about process and who had an opportunity to weigh in and where. We have committees for a reason. We all agreed early on in this process that we wanted to have committees as part of our work. The folks who gave us this form of government did so writing committees into the work. Many of us have missed opportunities to bring things to committees that we don't sit on, myself included, and that will happen from time to time. And we have council, full council, as a place to bring things where we missed and didn't get them in time, and to have robust conversation. That's important. But to suggest that something was rushed because it went through a committee you were not on feels highly disingenuous to me. I don't sit on policy committees. I sit on 2 committees, but not our policy committees, and I trust you all to do the work. Sometimes I don't agree. Sometimes I want to bring an amendment and I miss doing it before things come here. I'm working to get better at that. I hope we all are. I hope we are all working at bringing things earlier so that there is more time. We have created a referral list so that items can be public before they are put on agendas. And I hope we all work to bring our agenda items sooner so they have time on that referral list where we and the public can see them. And I will continue to encourage our administration to do the same so that we and the public have time to see their agenda items before they're placed on agendas. But again, using that as an excuse to not do your homework and look at what's coming and to suggest that we didn't have process because we used the process we created feels highly disingenuous, and I think that that needs to be called out. I vote aye.
The ordinance is passed with 10 yes votes and 2 no votes.
Thank you, councilors. Our next 2 agenda items will come together. They may take a significant amount of time. I hate to do this because I know that we have guests here for those 2 agenda items, but we need to give our staff a short break. So we are going to take a 10-minute recess now, and we will come back at 8:53.
Got 7.
Thank you. We're going to bring everybody back. I hope that brief recess gave everyone enough of a break to get what they needed. We have almost everyone back. I'll check in with our vice president. In the meantime, counselors, we are on agenda item numbers 11 and 12. We are going to hear these agenda items together. Keelan, can you please read the titles?
Item 11, amend the city employee benefits program for the plan offerings for FY 2025-26. Item 12, amend the Portland Police Association city employee benefits program for FY 2025-26.
Thank you. And counselors, because we discussed these agenda items extensively in executive committee, they did not go through one of our committees. So we do not have a committee staff summary. So we are going to have a brief presentation, which we don't usually have in full council meetings.
Madam President, if it's all right, I'll kick it off with just a couple of remarks and introductions, and we'll hear, I'm going to be very brief. The council knows that every year, the city's Labor Management Benefits Committee, the LMBC, and the Portland Police Association Board reviews their employee benefits programs and provides recommendations for necessary changes. I think everyone involved in these processes recognizes the shared responsibility of ensuring employees and their covered dependents have access to healthcare plan options that meet their needs while protecting the long-term financial stability and solvency of these plans. Beginning last year, in June, the Portland Police Association Board, LMBC, and City Management have held collaborative conversations in preparation for this renewal. Bureau of Human Resources and labor partners have analyzed many options, many choices about balancing budget impacts and changes to the healthcare plans in order to meet rising renewal rates. Before you today, item 11, the first ordinance would approve the fiscal year 25-26 benefit plan document and adopt proposed changes for those employees covered under the Labor Management Benefits Committee, LMBC, which includes non-represented city staff as well as all unions other than the Portland Police Association. Item 12, the second ordinance, would approve the same changes for fiscal 25-26 plan benefit document and adopt the proposed changes for the Portland Police Association. The council, of course, will take up these ordinances separately, but we're presenting them together in an attempt to be more brief and cohesive. With us tonight is Ron Zito, Bureau of Human Resources Deputy Director, Michelle Taylor, City Benefits Manager, to walk us through these ordinances. Along with them, Aaron Schmatz, who is here to represent Portland Police Bureau Board, and Rachel Whiteside representing as a co-chair of the LMBC. So Ron, I don't know who's going to kick off, but you're up.
Thank you, City Administrator Jordan. Good evening, councilors. I'm going to immediately turn it over to our expert benefit manager, Michelle Taylor.
Hi, good evening, council. My name is Michelle Taylor. I'm the city's benefit manager.
Hey, you may have to get closer.
Scooch closer? All right. I'm here to talk to you about two ordinances which are being presented together, but you will vote on those separately. Both of these are being presented as emergency ordinances, given the urgency to move changes forward so the benefit team can kick off our open enrollment on May 9th and allow folks to go online and make their elections for the upcoming year. If we move to slide 2, just briefly, here's our agenda. It consists of the background as to why we're here and the journey that's gotten us to this point. We'll then move into Ordinance 2025-159, which is related to the plan design changes for the Labor Management Benefit Committee. And throughout this presentation, we'll likely refer to it as LMBC. And then we'll move on to 2025-160, which are the plan design changes for the Portland Police Association, represented within Portland Police Bureau, and we'll refer to them as PPA or PPA-PPB. If we move to slide 4, we'll dive into a little bit of the background. So today we'll be talking about two specific groups, the LMBC and the PPA. LMBC is comprised of 22 voting members, and that is split evenly between labor-appointed and non-represented folks. The two co-chairs, Rachel and Leslie, are here today to share more with you as we move into other portions of the presentation. Then we have Aaron here as well, and his team make up the other group, and Aaron will be sharing more with you as well. So recommendations for both of these groups that receive an appropriate number of votes within the group get brought forth to council, who has the authority to make changes to our medical, dental, vision, benefit plan design for our employees and their dependents. BHR does not make changes on plan design unless administratively required, but we do get consulted and we provide guidance throughout the process. To give you some context as to how we got here, if we rewind to last year, we were facing 13% increases in our plans for LMBC and 18% for PPA. Both groups worked for months on recommendations for council, but ultimately we couldn't get to a place where those recommendations met the budget constraints. Parties worked on ordinance amendments to bridge the gap between the recommended changes that were brought forth by these committees and the budgeted amount for the benefits. Council then decided on one-time funding that was valued at approximately $607,000 for PPA and $1.278 million for the LMBC group. Additionally, a $25 monthly surcharge, which is estimated at $1.8 million, has been charged to employees covered under the LMBC group throughout this current fiscal year. The surcharge also required a letter of agreement signed by all of the unions impacted employees, and it expires at the end of this fiscal year. This temporary solution provided the LMBC and PPA groups another year, and what was quoted last year as a longer runway to kind of get back to the table and really address the double-digit increases. They were asked to jump back in and then think about what could reduce the renewal increases that we were expecting for the 2025-26 fiscal year, because we believed it was going to be another rough year, given the one-time funds and the expiration of that surcharge. Both groups immediately jumped into action. Before getting into the details of their work, I really just want to absolutely commend the committee members for their hard work. We had thoughtful conversations, values-based discussions, participation in various exercises with sticky notes all over the room, packaging together multiple options to present for council consideration. These committee members are some of the most passionate folks when it comes to employee benefits. They want to ensure that core services are covered. They're vested in protecting the health and well-being of the city's most important infrastructure, which is our employees and also their family members. I am proud of this work, and I hope that everybody is as well. I feel like these folks should be commended for their commitment to this work. We are in a much better place this year than we were in the past. We know that healthcare has changed, and this directly impacts employee benefit plans. We experienced a global pandemic, which delayed care. We're seeing this care come back, and in some cases, it's more expensive as conditions are discovered in later stages. Costs of services have increased due to labor shortages, inflationary factors, advances in technology, new, extremely expensive medications hitting the market. Medical trend is at the highest we've seen in over 10 years. The renewals for this upcoming 25-26 fiscal year aren't too different from what we saw last year. We're looking at 13.4% for the LMBC and 16% for PPA. Each of the committees convene monthly, sometimes more, sometimes for upwards of 3 hours, sometimes before, after, homework in between. They jumped into this challenging work of reviewing benefit coverage levels, trends, reasons for increased claims, and considered the impacts on our employees and their dependents during times of uncertainty across the nation. Putting packages together can take months. They require coordinated efforts with our vendor partners. We need to ensure that benefits can be configured into their system and that claims can be paid accordingly. So it's not just something we can do off the cuff. We also need to ensure that analysis is done so that we can be compliant with local, state, and federal rules. Throughout my time serving the city, all 18 years within the benefit team in various roles, these committees, council, guidance of past and current HR folks, they've made meaningful changes to our plans that align with the city's core values. For example, under former Mayor Sam Adams, it was around 2012, the city added gender affirming care to our medical plans as a joint effort. Under former Mayor Ted Wheeler, copays for mental health visits were waived beginning in 2019 and remain at no cost on many of our medical plans. And that remains today. Shortly after, we expanded EAP benefits to further reduce critical access to services. In 2021, the committee and the city and council added fertility and family expanding resources, and that was under the direction of former Commissioner Amanda Fritz, leading the effort prior to her departure from city service. These committees, council, and BHR continue to collaborate on meaningful changes. We want to ensure our employees and their families are supported throughout their healthcare journeys. In this nation's political climate, it's imperative that we continue protecting our access to care, and the city remains committed to our employees who serve this community. With that being said, we're going to jump into LMBC, and these slides will reference LMBC specific changes, and they're captured under the first ordinance. I will go ahead and turn it over to Rachel if you're okay with that.
Yep, thank you, Michelle. Again, my name is Rachel Whiteside. I'm union representative for Protect 17 members at the city, and I also co-chair the labor half of the LMBC. And just adding a little bit to the context that Michelle provided, there have been complaints in past years from committee members that sometimes we feel like we don't have enough levers to pull in order to make the cost savings that are necessary while also making sure that we are providing a quality benefits package to our employees. And this year we might have swung a little bit far in the opposite direction. The LMBC started with over 30 items to consider. Some of these had very small impact. And then some of them had extremely significant impact, such as dropping Providence from our network. In order to help the committee really focus in on where we were in alignment and where the committee as a whole had the most interest, and we felt like the options aligned with the values-based discussion that we worked with a facilitator to curate before we started studying options. I helped facilitate an interactive exercise, as Michelle mentioned, where, yes, we put up all of the options up in a conference room, and everybody was walking around using reds and blues and purples, and it really helped us visually see where our values aligned and where things like what you see here on slide 6 made sense, and we could move forward with those options, and where things really did not make sense, and we chose to not consider those. The longer period of time is spent on those items in the middle, obviously. The other thing that was unique to this year was the direction from the council that preceded you to come up with multiple packages at different renewal rates. And this helped us fulfill that exercise. So what you see here are the recommended changes that will not have a financial impact on savings, but where the committee had full alignment and agreement. And if we can move forward to slide 7. These are the additional changes that were included in all levels of the 8, 10, and 12% packages that the committee prepared. The one exception is the Garner. Garner is a new service that would be added. Actually, all of these are new services that would be added on top of our existing MODA healthcare plan and create steerage services, which can help provide folks to the most cost-effective healthcare, but there will be a learning curve that is associated with these for our members. Slide 8, please. So this slide summarizes the culmination of the 3 packages that were that were voted on by the Labor Management Benefits Committee. I do want to call your attention in terms of the 10% package and the 8% package. Those are the 2 with significant Kaiser changes. And these were really a challenge for the committee to land at. This represents a significant change in healthcare access for folks that have been on the Kaiser plan, which previously had no deductible and a very low out-of-pocket maximum, even at the family level. So in addition to the information that's on these slides, the deductible at the 10% package level is increased to $450 at the family level and $2,500 out-of-pocket maximum, plus new co-insurance that applies to emergency room visits, outpatient and inpatient surgeries, which those are all new things that our members on the Kaiser plan have not experienced. And when you move to the 8% renewal package, those numbers are further increased. So the family deductible is $750 and the out-of-pocket maximum is $6,000. And it also, again, includes a new co-insurance for inpatient and outpatient procedures, as well as some other services. So these represent significant changes in practice for our members. Additionally, at the 8% level, you see a doubling of the deductible from $250 to $500 and an increase in the out-of-pocket maximum by $250 as well. And there is the potential for members to regain some of that through the Garner Health reimbursement incentives, but this is a new program to the city and a new program to all of our members that none of us are experienced with. And there's a significant amount of concern that there's going to be a learning curve associated with that. And I think that's why you see it added into all of our packages, but at a level where it feels more approachable for members. Michelle, or is Leslie going to talk about the executive branch recommendation?
Yeah, I would like to, I believe Leslie is online if she would like to speak to the management side as the co-chair.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I'm here and I'm going to let the folks that are in the room cover the slides. I just want to say that this has been a great process for both the management and the labor side. We really worked hard to try to get to a decision. We were not able to get to a recommendation, but I think that the packages that were put together that everybody were comfortable with are what you're seeing. And so I won't take up any more time and let folks finish presenting the slides because my eyes are tired and it's hard to read on the screen. So thank you, Michelle, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Leslie. So is it okay to jump in? All right, so jumping into the next slide. Going into this one, I want to reiterate and kind of go back to Rachel and Leslie. These were incredibly hard conversations that were had between labor and management. What is coming in front of you today is not something that is supported by the committee. It is not supported by labor. What it is the executive branch recommendation. While the committee was able to talk about things that build up the packages, we were not able to get enough votes to actually bring forth a single recommendation to this committee. So we are bringing forth the executive branch recommendation. That's on your slide here. It further changes the city core plan deductible and out-of-pocket maximum which Rachel talked a little bit about on the previous slide, increases, pretty significant increases to Kaiser. That brought us to about a 7.3% overall renewal, and 8% is budgeted. So the additional recommendation is to round up essentially from the 7.3 to the 8%, so it aligns with budget, and add $670,000 into the reserves for our self-funded plan, because it currently is underfunded, and we want to develop a long-term solution to start bringing that back up to a level that we need. So that's what you're seeing today, and part of the ordinance is the executive branch recommendation. All right, and here on this slide, you'll see the costs. It is the various options that were presented. The far left column is the 8%, which is budgeted for 25-26. Then you'll see the 10%, which leaves a gap of about 2.6, almost $2.7 million. And then on the far right is the difference between the 8% and the 11.6, which would remove some of the other recommendations, and that's, well, it would change the executive branch recommendation. I want to make sure I choose my wording correctly, to about 4.6 million over budget. All right, we're going to jump into PPA, and I will turn it over to Aaron if that's okay with you.
Sure. So just as an introduction, again, as Michelle has said, and I also want to note, Michelle has been incredible in this process. This is not an easy job. These are all pretty emotional conversations. I'm a husband of a wife whose life was saved by genetic testing and more surgeries than I care to count. And I'm the father to a daughter who's had more pokes and prods. And we are a maximum family user of our health benefits. And so the reality is when we're talking about who the maximum expenditures are, they're the families who need the most. And so very often we're having conversations with a lot of people who don't use their medical benefits a ton. And this seems less scary, but as someone with a lot of experience, again, we're looking to balance, and it sounds awful, but we're looking to balance the budget on the backs of people who need these services the most. And so, you know, for me, the PPA, our health benefits are what they are. 25 years ago, we had an arbitration in our contract, and they moved some of our benefits into our contract, and so that's why we have two groups. Being on our board, I only ever saw these things once a year, and this was not an interesting conversation for a long time. Our board would look at it, we'd vote on a few things that weren't that interesting, and on we would go. The last couple years have been just very, very difficult, and also working with my other labor partners, and you know, we have dispatch who is within the LMBC now, and just seeing how complicated this is. You know, we had a really strong motivation, the executive board for the PPA, in looking for ways to balance this so that, you know, things moving forward were aligning together if we could, that we were being, you know, in alignment with our labor partners, but also providing services that nod to the future. We had a lot of conversations with the last council, former commissioner, not Councilor Ryan is one of the ones who was there, but these were not easy conversations. If you want to, so most of these things are the same as far as the introductory changes. Kind of ironically, you know, we went through a separate process, but the things that the PPA executive board for the PPA police side approved just ended up being the exact same things, basically. And I think a lot of that has to do with Aon working for both groups. Garner, I do want to note, you know, on the MOTA side, the thing that's difficult, you know, it's choose your own adventure. There's a lot of services that are available, but nobody knows what doctor to go to. My wife's doctor just moved out of state, and literally we were like looking at websites, looking at which doctor looked nice. It's not very effective. Garner provides a potential help there. The concern being, the way that it's sold is they're the best providers. There's a little bit of a trust balance there of what does that mean? You know, what does it mean when a doctor is a preferred provider? Does it mean they're providing better service? Does it mean they're just cheaper? We don't, you know, they say that they're the better providers, that they get you into the right things. The further down the road Garner options, if people choose to use these services well, could be good, but we just don't know yet. So to Rachel's point, we view this as kind of a longitudinal move. Let's start with the lower level. Let's see how people like it. Let's see how it works. Let's make sure we're not getting doctors who are refusing to do service, and that's why they're preferred. And let's not make people lose their doctors this first year, because you can, under this initial Garner plan, there's some benefits, but you don't have to use those doctors and still get the savings. And so Garner, Hinge, all the other things you see on the screen here, these are the things that we all agreed to and we thought looked logical. As it relates to Kaiser, Kaiser is a plan for many families who are introductory, kind of the running joke that I like, or that I hear from people. It's a good place to be born, and it's a good place to die because they have really good elder care services. In the middle, it's a little bit debatable. And so a lot of our newer members use Kaiser because it is cheaper. Both my kids were born there. The challenge becomes none of our high-level users are really on the MOTA plan, which makes it a little bit more expensive. We were looking for equity. We were looking for ways to, again, not destroy Kaiser, but also allow for a plan that would balance. And so these changes to Kaiser aligned our Kaiser plan with the MOTA plan as far as the member impact for out-of-pocket costs for our members. And so for us, our board was comfortable with those changes. For the PPA, last year when we were talking, a lot of the changes that Aon recommended were on to MOTA. We're experiencing a significant shortage of providers in Portland, just across the board. This year, Aon did not push forward anything as far as those changes because they were concerned that it would lead to members not being able to get into the doctor, basically, which would lead to wellness issues, which would lead to people not getting diagnosed early and potentially leading to people being more sick. And so the changes that were proposed only got us to 11.9%. That was as far as we could go without eviscerating Kaiser. And there was nothing in MOTA that was provided that would do anything that frankly wouldn't require us to go to a member vote as well, because it would be a service change. So to be super clear, what the board voted for and approved is an 11.9% change. We got about just over halfway. It changes our deductibles for Kaiser from what is currently $1,000. I'm sorry, going back a slide on my little phone here. It currently is $600 for an individual and $1,200 for a family for out-of-pocket max, switching to $1,000 and $2,500. This is in the actual ordinance. Paragraph 3, we agree to those. What we did not agree to is paragraph 4, which in our opinion is more than a bridge, it's a mountain too far. Most importantly, the out-of-pocket max would switch to $3,000 for an individual and $9,000 for a family. It's a $7,000 a month, or $7,000 a year pay cut. And so, again, totally understand the financial picture we're in, stand in alignment with the LMBC from the standpoint that we did look and effectively accidentally landed in the same spot, which for them was the 10%. That is as far as we are able to go in a way that still provides quality health care. Definitely support our LMBC friends in landing in that same spot.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. I was just going to provide a little bit of additional clarity that the 10% package recommended from the LMBC does align with what the PPA board has voted for. The 10% package is also supported by the labor side and several members on the non-labor side as well. So while we didn't get to, we have a 75% threshold in order to move something forward to the council, it did receive more than 50% of the votes.
Did I cover everything? I think so.
Great. Yeah, thank you. So moving on to the next slide, similar to what we did with the Labor Management Benefit Committee, is that we are showing you what the executive branch recommendation is to bridge the gap between the 11.9% that the PPA board voted versus the 8% that is budgeted for the upcoming year.
To reiterate what Aaron shared, you'll see the increase in the deductibles, the out-of-pocket maximums, and also the day-to-day services that are provided by Kaiser to our folks. On, I believe, our final slide here, you will see the difference in the 8% that was budgeted for fiscal year 25-26 and the 11.9% that the PPA board is recommending. The difference between that is $638,000. So with that being said,
maybe just one order of clarification, councilors. Before we came up, Aaron was kind enough to point out that for item 12, 160, just full transparency as you consider these items before you, the out-of-pocket max for the family for Kaiser, $9,000 was not referenced on that ordinance. So I just wanted to be clear so you saw that fully and you could consider it.
If I can, I also would be kind enough to point out that the ordinance as it relates to the LMBC says that there were recommendations that came from the LMBC, and that is, as a term of legal art, is incorrect. They did not recommend what is recommended.
all right, with that being said, thank you so much for your time this evening. Thank you to Rachel and to Aaron, to Leslie, to all of the committee members, to Ron, the support of BHR. We'll open it up to any questions and discussions you might all have. Thank you.
Thank you. And councilors, we do have people signed up for testimony on at least one of these issues, but I see some folks in the queue. We often start with clarifying questions before moving to public testimony. I also know that there are some folks who are going to at some point propose amendments. So Councilor Smith, do you have questions for this point in our discussion while we have our guests up here before we move to public comment?
Yeah, a couple things. I thought that I was looking at the Kaiser going from 3,000 to 9,000, that was egregious, particularly for Kaiser members. I do want to move to amend the text of the ordinance for this. And I don't know where.
Item 11 or item 12? Item
11, I'd like to move to amend the text of the ordinance to budget for a 10% increase for employees' health insurance rather than the 8% increase.
I think what we should do, because we do have public testimony coming, is let folks know that that motion has been made, but not second and discuss until we hear from the public.
Okay, perfect.
Does that feel comfortable to you, Councilor? Okay.
Actually, point of order, I think if it's seconded, then the public will know when they're testifying that this will be part of the package now that we'll be discussing. If it's not seconded, they wouldn't know that.
Councilor, are you comfortable with us receiving a second but pausing our debate until we hear from the public?
Yes.
I second it.
Okay. Councilor Smith, anything else?
Well, for me, city employees are our book of business, and they're the most valuable asset in the city government. And ensuring they have access to quality and affordable health care is a priority for retaining their excellence while they're here. The involvement of the LMBC in this process is so vital, and I appreciate you all's work. And we should acknowledge their work in finding solutions to these challenges and cost increases. I believe this emergency ordinance is an example of LMBC's effort to cooperatively strike a balance between managing rising healthcare costs responsibly and also providing comprehensive benefits that meet the needs of our diverse workforce. But I believe we should follow the LMBC's recommendation. And I was told as well that this emergency ordinance, as currently drafted, falsely claims that the LMBC recommended the 8% package, when in fact the 10% package, while not receiving enough support to recommend to council, did get the most support from the LMBC. For this and many other reasons, I believe the 10% package is the one the council should approve.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Canal, are you in the queue for this point in our conversation?
I believe so.
Not speaking to the amendment, but clarifying questions or other things that we need to get cleared up or on the record before we hear from our public testimony.
A question and then a comment. My question, Michelle, you mentioned that copays for mental health visits were waived in 2019 and that for most, but not all, is retained. There's a slide that shows on the PPA side the creation of, or perhaps change to, primary and specialty care.
Mm-hmm.
Can you speak to if mental health care is included in either of those lines? Effectively, would there now be a copay for mental health care for PPA members?
So the copays for mental health were not waived under the PPA plan.
Okay.
That was an LMBC change that was moved forward. What we see on the PPA and a lot of times on the PFFA side and PPCOA and other public safety folks, we're proposing increases to the employee assistance plan. The employee assistance plan is outside of the medical plan. It provides what we're recommending is 13 confidential counseling visits at no cost for our members and their eligible dependents. But the copays under the Kaiser proposed option would change.
It would change?
Yes.
From what to what?
I have that right here. So currently, primary care under the PPA Kaiser plan is currently at $10. It would go to $15. Specialty care would go from $20 to $25.
And mental health is in the 20 to 25 part?
Generally, yes.
Thank you. That's my question. I would like to also propose, and I'm comfortable waiting until after the testimony, an amendment to, I'm gonna make sure I have the ordinance number correctly, 2025-160. This is the restoration of the 11.9% option that was agreed to by PPA.
Is there a second to this amendment?
Second.
Okay. Councillor Novick, are you in the queue not to speak to any amendments, but for clarifying questions or other things that need to be put on the table before we hear public testimony?
Yes, I just want to address an issue that was raised, ask a question about an issue raised by Mr. Schmautz and Councilor Smith, which is that the language currently says the LMBC recommends the following plan design changes if required to reduce the renewal rate to 8%. And it's been stated that the LMBC didn't actually recommend this. I wonder if, so actually, Michelle, can you explain what that language refers to and what it means?
Frankly, it was poor word choice. It was not intended to misconstrue that there was an LMBC recommendation. When we originally had conversations, there was opportunities to bring forth 8%, 10%, and 12%. We thought we were going to be able to bring forth 3 options and make that decision. And so when we had originally started drafting the language, that's what we were intending to do. And as we got through, we didn't edit it correctly. I didn't edit it correctly.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Thank you for that candid explanation. We've all been there.
I truly apologize for any of the pain that this has caused. I don't want it to discredit the hard work that these folks have done.
Councillor Avalos.
I'll wait until after.
Okay. I believe that's everybody in the queue. So Keelan, could we please move to public testimony?
First up, we have Isaac McLennan.
Good evening. Ready? All right. Good evening, Council. Madam President, my name is Isaac McLennan, and I'm the president of the Portland Firefighters Association, also resident of Roseway Neighborhood District 3. I'm here to. First of all, I would appreciate the floated amendments prior to the public testimony. That makes my job a little easier. I definitely want to support both amendments openly. I was struck because when we started this council meeting several hours ago now, we started by talking about telecommunicators and how wonderful they are, the great work they do, and we all and I share every one of your guys' comments that you made about them. They are most deserving of all of those. They're also deserving of quality healthcare benefits. And even though this package, this 10% package is an increase to what was currently voted in this resolution, I want to remind everybody that it's a decrease in their healthcare. It's an increase to their costs, and it's a decrease to their healthcare benefits. All of these packages will be those versions of that. So, you know, it's in my mind, and I spoke about this at the LMBC, I should have mentioned that I'm also a member of the LMBC. One of the things people choose when they become a public employee is they know these jobs are not necessarily the most lucrative. They're looking for something stable, and they're looking for a job that has quality benefits. That's what draws people to these jobs. One of the things that draws people to these jobs is that stability, but also the benefit packages. And gutting these benefit packages has been proposed by the lowest level option here, the 8%, is really taking a sledgehammer approach to making decisions. So I appreciate the time, and I fully support both these amendments, and I really appreciate all the time and dedication you guys have given to this issue. And with that, I yield.
Thank you. Keelan?
Next up, we have Mark Hinkle.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mark Hinkle. I have been employed from the City of Portland in January 1 of 1999. In May of 2021, I went from being a city employee to being a business rep for IBEW Local 48. And now I'm the current president of the District Council of Trade Unions, which recently ratified a contract. Thank you very much for that. I do want to echo, I had a whole things written, but some things have changed, so I'm going to kind of go with my gut here. I want to echo partly what Isaac said. Right? As coming here as a city employee, those are the things that were important to me as I was a family, I had a family of 5 kids. So, stability, health insurance, kids do the dumbest of things, right? We all know that, those that have children. So those are important things, right? And then also being a public servant. I worked in BES in the wastewater treatment. It's not really under the umbrella of public safety, but I really truly believe it also is public safety, right? If the brown water doesn't go away, people get really cranky. So what I wanted to say is I'm in support of the 2 amendments that have been put forward. It is a compromise in the particular environment we are in a very troubling time financially. It does maintain it, but it also is a sacrifice on labor side, right? It was brought up before last year. We agreed on an LOA at $25 a month, and that was a $1.8 million contribution by the members. This change lets them bring some to the table, but still maintains the majority of their health benefit. So I encourage you to approve both of these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Chris Flannery.
Chris, are you online? I don't see Chris in the room.
Yeah, Chris is online.
Chris,
there's the button. I think I've joined as a panelist now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you
Go right
so
ahead.
much. To the council, this is Chris Flannery. I am the AFSCME Local 189 representative on the LMBC. Unfortunately, we weren't able to vote on all of the packages because of the delay of our ratification vote by council. But I also want to speak in support of the amendments that have been offered. Frankly, looking at the 8% package, it feels like a clawback from our bargaining in a way that makes me reconsider next time we're at the bargaining table if we're going to commit to the Labor Management Benefits Committee. So I just want to be frank about that. Like as a union activist, as someone who believes strongly in our right to bargain, when we were at the table, we had reservations about returning to the LMBC after last year and the way that the recommendation was put forward as from the committee when it wasn't. So I'm glad to hear the understanding this time around that this is an executive branch recommendation and that the LMBC did not settle on one. But still, the 10% compromise, I think, shows that shared sacrifice without creating enough of a burden on specifically Kaiser members. although there are also some changes to MOTA, there's some pretty significant impacts to Kaiser members just from the pharmaceutical changes. So the additional plan changes are going to hit a lot of people in their pockets. And some people, it's going to impact them more than any raise that we were able to get them at bargaining. So please consider what you would like for your own family when you take this vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Carrie Coe. Carrie? Carolyn Welch.
Hello again, councilors. For the record, I'm Carolyn Welch. I'm a member of the Labor Management Benefits Committee and represent BOEX Emergency Telecommunicators as a member of the Portland Police Association Executive Board. Over the last year, the Labor Management Benefits Committee has been engaged in a difficult conversation about how to provide the medical benefits that keep city employees and their families healthy, strong, and available to do the vital work that in turn keeps our communities thriving. This discussion has been centered around an understanding that costs are rising, and we need to adapt in new ways to meet this goal in a manner that still affirms our shared values: equity, access to care, choice in providers, and affordability. While we voted on 3 packages in the LMBC meeting different percentages of renewal cost, there is only one package that meets these values in addition to that of fiscal responsibility. Fiscal responsibility is important, but it should serve our values, not override them. The 10% package reflects that balance by augmenting our existing benefits in a way that is thoughtful and sustainable without introducing uncertainty or hidden costs. The 8% package, on the other hand, risks undermining new programs before they can take hold. It raises costs too soon before allowing members to acclimate to the overlay services that are meant to blunt the impact of rising costs that our families are feeling in every area of their budgets already. When facing illness or injury, no employee should have to pause and question whether taking their child or partner to the doctor during an emergency is the right financial decision. For this reason, I urge you to affirm the amendments as presented and vote for the 10% package that Labor Benefits Management Committee has forwarded. We need to provide benefits that are dependable, and the 10% package does that. It's a values-based choice that supports our workforce and their families, and it is the only option that moves us forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
That completes testimony.
Okay, councilors, we have 2 ordinances with amendments on the table and some discussion in the queue. I think we are going to leave both open because I suspect the discussion will be similar, but then we'll take votes on emergency ordinance 159, agenda item number 11 first separately. Councilor Avalos, go right ahead.
I'm going to start by saying I have a very visceral reaction to this vote, and I want to signal to you all that I am really leaning towards a no on the entire ordinance. I love the amendments. I think the amendments are a great step, but I think what I hate about the amendments and just the things that we presented to our employees is we never gave them the option of, hey, the city should cover your health care. I completely agree that people come to work in a government because healthcare is a huge benefit. I will tell you too, as somebody who went from a job at Portland State that had really great health benefits that I'm grateful that my labor union bargained for. And then I went to go run a nonprofit, and nonprofits obviously don't have a lot of money, and was immediately faced personally with the drastic change in healthcare, and that deeply affected me in very bad ways. And I had to pay the price for that. But then as a leader, when I was faced with making these kinds of decisions and looking at my budget and what are we going to do with the fact that I had no control over the inflationary costs of healthcare, but what I could control was where my values were and how I was going to allocate my budget for my employees. So every single year, it didn't matter. We always budgeted, 10, 12, whatever percent, and then it's like, oh, it's 14%, it's 16%. It didn't matter. We absorbed that cost, because that is a critical, literally life-saving resource to our employees. And when in this economy, really, Like that, the last thing I want to do is put this burden on the backs of our frontline workers. We make so many choices in this city for how to fund for things. There's always money. We always find money. And yet we are presenting our employees who work so hard to make this city work with bad options and saying, this is it. There's no other money. I do not agree. I feel very strongly about this because I'm also concerned that one of the testifiers said, think about, or Chris Flannery said, think about what your family needs. I do not have children, but many of my staff, for example, have several children, and this is going to deeply affect them. It's going to affect me as somebody who lives with chronic illnesses, and I'm constantly in and out of the doctor. And being able, because I had healthcare at Portland State that gave me the ability to do preventative care and to be consistent about getting care so that I could prevent further illnesses, that really affected my life, literally. And I know what it felt like to go from something high quality healthcare and having to go down to healthcare that was not enough. And I'm here at the city now thinking, yay, I have better healthcare again. And then look at this decision that I have to make that's going to affect me too, but it's also going to affect so many employees that work so freaking hard. And I'm upset. I'm clearly upset because I do not think that we should have even put these options on the table. I think it's unacceptable. I had a train of thought that I lost because I'm angry, but I think my point is clear that I believe that the city needs to do better to bear this brunt of these changes and not put it on the back of our hardworking employees. So I want to signal for you all that I am probably going to vote no, and I hope you all consider my comments as we continue to discuss this, because I do believe that we have a choice that we can make. We do not have to just accept an option that's presented to us. We are legislators. We can decide to go back to the drawing board, and that's what I would personally recommend. Thank you.
Councillor Novick.
Really dumb question for somebody. Are the parks workers in Leona 483 part of the LMBC group?
Yes.
Is Leona 483 here?
I don't see anybody from their union, and nobody who was signed up is part of that union, Councillor.
Okay. The reason I was asking is that if we're going to lay a lot of people off this year in this budget, and the mayor has made it quite clear that mostly he's going to cut parks. So I think that I would like to hear from the union most likely to be affected and ask them if they would, just ask them, do they support going to 10% even though it means more layoffs? So I wouldn't ask anybody else to speak for them, but it would trouble me to make this vote without asking that question.
I do have the results of the...
I'm sorry, can you reintroduce yourself for folks who are online? Thank you.
Rachel Whiteside, co-chair, Labor Management Benefits co-chair. I do have the results of the vote if you're interested in how they voted on the packages.
Yes, please.
Okay. I can tell you that there's a PCL representative and there's a Parks Rec representative, and hold 1 second. Let me get to my motions. Let's see. Both units voted in favor of the 10% package.
And does that mean they voted against the 8% package?
They did vote against the 8% package, yes.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Councillor Green.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I just need to name that we're in this mess because we use self-funded reserves as a way to stabilize our self-funded healthcare plans, which are a reason why we draw people in, right? But those reserves are funds that the city can always fund, so let's keep that in mind. But we're also in this situation because, you know, we've got this unmitigated disaster that is the U.S. healthcare system, the for-profit healthcare system, which is designed to extract the maximum amount of money from working class families as possible. And so the city has been absorbing that for years, and it's depleted its reserves. And so now we're presented with a terrible choice. We do need to find a way to balance avoiding unacceptable budget cuts, and I think you see that in the votes from the bargaining units at the LMBC, that they're willing to sort of recognize that fiscal challenge that we're in. I'm prepared to support both of the proposed amendments because I think it does create a qualitative balance that's the least of the bad, I should say, in this situation. I'm just displeased that we could not come to a place that our labor partners could agree on a unified package. So I hope we do better next time. And that's our work, by the way. And I fully expect our next legislative agenda to prioritize lobbying for a universal single-payer healthcare system at both the state and the federal levels, because we're going to be dealing with this problem year after year after year after year for the rest of our lives until we get straight on the upstream cost pressure. So that's where I'm at, folks.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to say ditto to you, Counselor Avalos, because I actually felt like saying that we need to be paying that $4 million. We figure out ways in which to pay things, and like you, I've had some chronic illnesses that require, but it's not necessarily about me, it's about the people who have to pay this big jump. When I looked at going from, what was it, 2,000 to 5,000 in Kaiser to 9,000 for a family, that is not sustainable for our families. And I think that we need to do better, and we need to find, designated funds that we can meet the increase every year, and it's going to increase every year. And I do agree with you, Councilor Green. We need to be talking to our legislators and trying to figure out ways in which to cut off these healthcare companies who are gouging us every year. They're gouging us, and they know we need this stuff. And so the employers are left to the mercy of these healthcare groups. And that part right there is something that we need to really get a handle of. So I appreciate your words, and I felt it. Thank you so much.
Counselor Zimmerman.
Thanks. I have a question to the two amendments that were made. They were different amounts, I think, right? But were they, first, Counselor Smith, did you make an amendment only to one of these packages?
LMBC for 10%.
But not for the police one?
Counselor Canal did the PPA.
But at a different rate.
At a different rate.
The two amendments on the table are an amendment to Agenda Item 11 to move to the 10% recommendation, which we saw in the slides, and on Agenda Item 12 to move to the 11.9% recommendation that we saw on the slides. When I say recommendation, to be clear,
I
we
got
saw
that
recommended packages at different levels.
I guess, Councilor Canal then, as I've heard a lot of, it sounds like some testimony is somewhat agreeable to the 10. I was just curious why you're recommending above that one versus making the same thing for LLMBC. Or vice versa, whomever. Yeah.
I'll give the brief answer and then we might need, but effectively there were only two options that were presented in our recommendation. There was the 8%, which is actually a little lower, and then funding the reserves with the rollover, and then 11.9%. That does represent a 4.1% cut to the expected inflation of 16%, notably. I don't know if there's anything.
Yeah, if I can, Aaron Schmautz, President of Portland Police Association. Just to clarify, the starting point for the police was 16, and the starting point for the LMBC was 13.4. And just obviously 6,500 employees against like 800 or so. And so the move from 16 to 11.9 and the move from 13.4 to 10 is a different number, but it is in fact in parity as it relates to the actual structural changes to the plans. And so that actually was accidental but serendipitous.
Thanks for that clarification for everybody. I've said this to a few members, and I have said this to some of the advocates in the room. I am nervous about a significant change to a Kaiser plan, and I say that as a person who was hired by Multnomah County and was a member of AFSCME the year before the Great Recession, right? And I know sometimes, and we just went through our own negotiations with our own unions this time, but unions make choices in terms of how they approach healthcare, how they approach their employees, and I benefited from that, and the greater good took a hit because of it, but they preserved some jobs and some impacts, and I am also an employee who, you know, when you're young and you're making $38,000 for a government and even $50,000 for a government, those first line employees, first jobs out, healthcare is that stability. And Kaiser is that stability. You give up some choice, and I think that we make choices that are appropriate, but we give up some choice to have predictable bills. And that's where I've really valued Kaiser at one point in my life, right? I don't make that choice anymore, and I'm privileged to be able to move off of that. So I'm cautious, but I also heard throughout the presentations in other conversations that there was a desire, or at least a willingness by the folks who sat on that decision-making or that negotiating board, that some give on the Kaiser plan could be appropriate this time, because previously maybe the MOTA plan had given up a lot. And so I'll be supportive of this. I think I'll be supportive of these amendments, and recognizing that Kaiser is not going to meet a need for our employees most in need of the lowest cost, of the most predictable. I think some really important points have been made across the table. And I hope we just monitor that and that impact on our youngest employees, our newest employees, our lowest wage employees, who still are going to have access to great health care, even in this new plan, these new plans that are proposed. But that access to a predictable health care is going to be a little bit less after this proposal. And I just want to make sure, and I hope that for all of our city administrators and others and our union presidents that are out there, is that we monitor that, because I think that predictability in your first 5 years an employee helps send a signal if you become an employee with 10, 15, and 20 years under your belt. So I appreciate just the efforts there. I'll be supportive of these amendments as they come forward, and cautiously supporting this proposal overall.
Councillor Canal.
Can I ask a question before I go in? What is the order we're going to take these votes in between the two amendments and the two?
So once debate is done, we will vote on the amendment that Councillor Smith has put forward to agenda item number 11, since that is the next thing on our agenda. Then we will vote on, once we're done with amendments there, the underlying emergency ordinance. Then we'll vote on the amendment you have proposed to agenda item number 12, and then vote, once we're through all of the amendments, on the underlying emergency ordinance.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'll save some of this for the vote, but the really big picture, I think one of the things we talked about is maybe we need to have a narrower set of things that we do as a city, but that we're doing fully and that we're doing as well as we can. We've talked about this in a lot of different contexts, over the course of the last few months. But basically, if we don't have the time to do it right, we don't have the time to do it. If we don't have the people to do it right, we don't have the people to do it. And if we don't have the money to do it right, we don't have the money to do it. And I think that's a really important thing to look at. I'm very sympathetic to the argument here and that Councillor Avalos made about ensuring that we're not doing this on the back of our workers. As it relates to the amendment, I think finding the place where there was some agreement is at minimum a positive step. It may not be sufficient, and I think that's perfectly valid if not. But ensuring that what we do well, to me, is really important, and that's where I'm kind of framing my thoughts on this. Thank you.
Councillors, seeing no one else in the queue, we do have a first and a second on the amendment to agenda item number 11, which is to replace the current 8% proposal with the 10% proposal that we have seen. Keelan, do you need anything more specific for us to move this amendment, or does that give you enough to get the right thing in the underlying ordinance?
Yeah, I think we have enough, and we can confirm with the sponsor of the amendment to make sure we have everything.
Okay. Could you please call the roll?
Canal.
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Sorry, there's a delay.
Koyamaline?
Aye.
Mario?
Aye.
Novick?
Aye.
Clark?
I just want to say I really appreciate the testimony that we heard tonight, particularly about the impact on families. And I would just, special appreciation to Aaron Schmautz for actually sharing information about your family. You know, I was what was once known as a childless cat lady. So I really appreciate hearing about your experience and really thinking through this. And we don't have a healthcare system at all. We don't have a system. In fact, we're paying probably 20% of our GDP is going to this nightmare. So we do need to work on that, Councillor Green. I appreciate that. And I'm an aye. Thank you.
Green?
Aye.
Zimmerman?
Aye.
Avalos?
Aye.
Dunphy?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Bertolini?
Aye.
The amendment is approved with 12 yes votes.
Councillor Canal, are you in the queue to discuss the amended ordinance?
Legacy hand, sorry.
Okay. Seeing no one in the queue, do we need a motion?
No.
Okay, then can you please call the roll?
Canal?
Just to be clear, this is on the actual ordinance for the LMBC side.
This is a vote on agenda item number 11, the ordinance on the LMBC side, which has now been amended to the 10% proposal.
Thank you. Yeah, I was uninsured or had insurance that I could not access for 6 years in my 20s. It's not something that I would wish on anyone, literally, because I also support universal health care and hope that OGR is listening when they develop the legislative agenda. Because of that, it's visceral for me too. I appreciate that term, Councillor Avalos. Our city's core values include fiscal responsibility and also collaboration. And so given that collaboration occurred, I'm grateful to the labor partners on the LMBC for coming to the compromise at 10%. Grateful to BHR for doing the hard work and getting to that point. So I vote yes.
Ryan?
Yes, first of all, I just want to start off by saying I'm going to read my comments on this item, and it'll be the same for both, so I won't make any comments on the next one. I will add to the fact that I have context. I think we all do. Healthcare is personal. At age 24, I found out I had HIV. That was back in the dark ages. I was a working artist, and it's really shaped my life, and I've become quite a healthcare advocate and activist ever since. And that was a few years ago. So I want to thank both Councillor Smith and Councillor Canal. These amendments got us to the sweet spot after a year of building trust. The testimony by our labor leaders affirmed that point, and I appreciate hearing from all of you. This is a much better process than the one that came before us last year. Some of you probably know that, and I'm very proud to sit here and see that through with you. Here's to shared responsibility and shared sacrifice. Together, we are one city team serving this very beautiful city. So in that spirit, on this lovely spring evening, I vote aye.
Koyamaline?
I'm really grateful for this amendment, and while I'm glad we have found a compromise, I am acknowledging that this is still tough, and there are going to be some changes to all of our healthcare that we will feel. I vote aye.
Mario?
I want to thank all the folks that came and testified today and shared their experiences with us. And I am really grateful for Councilors Canal and Smith as well for bringing these amendments forward. I think they have really improved what we had in the negotiations and what we're ending up with. And we know that it's still a cost to city workers as far as not having the same level of care that they used to. And our workers are completely invaluable and irreplaceable. We know that healthcare costs are rising across the country. And now with tariffs and everything else going on, people are really struggling to afford to live in our city. The fact that 72.4% of people said that affordable housing is their top priority. These issues are just hitting people across the board. And so I really care about sustainability and equity, and I want to make sure that we create benefits and design systems across all bureaus that reflect fiscal responsibility and address the human and health needs of those serving our city. So with that, I vote aye.
Novick?
Although I join in the denunciation of healthcare companies, I also have to point out that in this country, a lot of doctors make too much money too. It's particularly specialists. Radiologists make $498,000 a year. Anesthesiologist makes $472,000 a year. So don't forget that. Aye.
Clark.
I want to give a special shout out to Michelle Taylor and the team and everyone on the LMBC. Great job. Thank you for all your work, and I vote aye.
Green.
I just want to echo the appreciation for Councilor Smith and Canal for bringing these amendments. I don't like the amended ordinance myself. I'm much closer to Councilor Avalos, and I thank you for raising that sentiment. I think it puts us on notice. I think the work that we have ahead of us is to figure out how we build a city and a budget that takes care of our workers. And this is not going to go away, and I don't want this to be the first of many small cuts that bleed us out as a city. I vote aye.
Zimmerman.
Thanks. I'm just going to acknowledge that there is an aspect of shared sacrifice, and that's not a term I love to say, but the workforce stepped up in a way that I want to acknowledge, and I appreciate that we also that we did make a compromise here, because I think that more kids are likely to have access to sports next year because we have minimized in this a little bit of the budget gap, and there are thousands of employees who are giving up a little bit in this, and I am acknowledging that for the benefit also of our 600,000+ residents. So to everybody that participated in this shared sacrifice, I appreciate it, and I vote aye.
Avalos.
I will be voting no on this ordinance, not because I disagree with the health and wellness benefits being added, but because I believe the city should be covering the full cost of healthcare increases, not shifting that burden onto our employees. From the start, we should have offered the Labor Management Benefits Committee a real option where the city absorbs the full increase. Instead, we gave them a set of constrained choices that assumed workers would have to carry some of the load. That to me is not a values neutral process, it is a policy decision, and I believe it was the wrong one. We are talking about an increase in cost that is absorbable in the scale of our overall budget. We find money for a lot of things in the city. We could have found money to protect our workers from rising healthcare costs. This proposal hits our frontline workers the hardest, the same people who are already underpaid, overextended, and critical to the functioning of this city. Higher deductibles, increased out-of-pocket costs, and coinsurance all add up. And those increases don't hit executives or higher wage employees the same way they hit a janitor, a 911 dispatcher, or a park ranger. To me, employee health and wellness isn't something that we should compromise on, especially in times like this. Our workers are stretched thin, they're doing more with less, and the last thing they need is to be asked to pay more for essential care. So while I appreciate the work of the LMBC and the improvements to mental health and virtual access, all of that, I just cannot support a plan that shifts more costs to the very people who keep Portland running. I vote no.
Dunphy.
I hate that only in America are we able to have this conversation. There was literally one of the best TV shows that ever existed was about a man who had cancer and couldn't afford his health insurance and turned to selling meth in the New Mexico desert. So our American healthcare system is fundamentally broken. I spent the last 5 years working for the American Cancer Society, begging for incremental changes to cancer treatment to save lives. And my own health insurance didn't cover the policies that we were advocating for. When I got this new job, I literally danced around just because of the cost savings for my health insurance. I am an adult who is living with a well-treated chronic illness. I am so lucky to have an incredibly healthy spouse and a healthy 13-year-old daughter, and I know that that is luck more than anything else. These companies are not only gouging us, they are actively making the quality of our healthcare worse, and it is leading to bad outcomes. And we are stuck in the same narrative, and it is heartbreaking and wrong, and this is the best of a bad situation. I'm glad we are avoiding having to bargain by making bad choices. I am glad that this still makes us a competitive employer, but we need to acknowledge that this is making our health insurance worse. This is making it worse to be an employee in the city. And I appreciate the employees standing up and recognizing the moment of needed shared sacrifice. I hope that we don't have to continue this. And I just wanted to make sure to call that out. I vote aye.
Smith.
I want to thank everybody who testified tonight. I want to thank our HR, LMBC, and the families that have to endure some of these health emergencies. I was elected to Multnomah County Commission in 2010. 11 months into my first year, I had a medical emergency, and I had Kaiser. I had a tumor, a grapefruit-sized tumor in my head. I had a brain tumor, and I was hemorrhaging. I was in Seattle driving home for my son's game at University of Washington. Didn't know, I just thought I had a headache. But ultimately, I had something that was much, much more severe. And had I not had that, we had great health insurance at Multnomah County. And I had the ability to have 2 surgeons, 2 anesthesiologists for what was supposed to be a 2.5 to 3 hour surgery. I was in there for 6.5 hours. And piece by piece by piece by piece, they took the tumor out of my head. Had I not had that, I would have been, that is just a incident that will take you into bankruptcy. But because I worked for the public sector, and fortunately for Multnomah County, my family didn't have to endure that. My son was on the health insurance as well. But I know what it's like when you have those kinds of health emergencies. The doctor said that it was a miracle. And so if I have a sense of urgency when I'm trying to do things, it's because I know that life is so, so precious. You can go just like this. Why God saved me to be here to save this LMBC, but He did. And so that's why my sense of urgency is always urgent, because I know what it's like. And for folks who don't have what we have, I wish they did. I really wish they did. So I'm going to say, yes, I support this.
There's a lot I could say, but there's also a lot that's been said, and it's after 10 o'clock. So I just want to thank the folks who are here on behalf of our city employees. You took the time to be here very late with us to paint for us a broader picture of where our employees are, what the trade-offs are for our employees, and what the balance is that folks felt was as fair as we could get. I really appreciate your time, and I appreciate your members' time in allowing you to generously be here on their behalf. I vote yes.
The ordinance is passed as amended with 11 yes votes and 1 no vote.
Thank you, Keelan. Councilors, we have another agenda item open on the table with an open amendment. Agenda item 12, the Portland Police Association City Employee Benefits Program. We have an amendment provided by Councilor Canal and seconded by Councilor Smith to replace that agenda item with the 11.9% recommendations that were in the presentation. Keelan, I'm assuming you're okay with that much information. Councilor Smith, are you in the queue to discuss this amendment?
No, ma'am.
Seeing no one, oh, Councilor Canal, are you getting in the queue? Okay.
I just vote first.
Seeing no one in the queue, Keelan, can you call the roll?
Canal.
And to clarify, we're voting on the amendment.
We are voting on the amendment that you presented, yes.
Yeah, I'm obviously going to vote yes. I want to say that it may be surprising that this amendment came from me. I want to speak to why I did, since I didn't speak to this before the public testimony. This amendment ensures that the city's police officers have a more comprehensive health plan than the 8% level, which is good for those officers, as well as the broader public and our long-term budgetary health. Speaking first to the officers, all these changes would restore the plan to that agreed to by the PPA. So as compared to the 8% one, at least, we know that the PPA supports that. To the health of the broader public, ensuring that PPB sworn officers are more likely to pursue physical and mental health care and just be in better shape physically and mentally ensures that those officers are more well when they're out in community. Anytime an unwell city employee interacts with a community member, that community member's experience is going to be worse than if that city employee was well at the time of the interaction. That disparity is particularly stark with police officers, where a bad interaction or a good one has a larger impact than with most other city employees. As long as the city is going to send armed employees out into the community, the city's obligation is to ensure those employees are best able to interact safely with members of the community. One fewer negative interaction, speaking to the budgetary health, would save the city the cost of the claim, lawsuit, award, or settlement associated with that interaction. City Council has just dealt with 2 payouts related to police conduct of over $1 million each. If paying $638,650 avoids even a single wrongful death, violation of rights, etc. claim, it will pay for itself. And we do need to figure out later where the money comes from. Those who agree with me on the amendment in this ordinance may disagree as to where the money comes from, and that's okay. This doesn't necessarily have an impact on our overall budgetary priorities. But I don't want to dwell on potential future disagreements, though, at the expense of focusing on an agreement in front of us today. So with that, I vote yes.
Ryan.
Aye.
Elaine.
Aye. Aye.
I just want to say that if I'd heard from Councilor Dunphy before the last vote, I might have voted to hold to the 8% because he reminded me that if you can't afford your medical bills, you can show some initiative like Walter White and sell meth. However, since it might be particularly inappropriate to ask the police to sell meth, I'm going to vote aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Green.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
Right.
Aye.
Avalos.
Aye.
Dunphy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Turtle Guinea.
Aye.
With 12 yes votes, the amendment is approved.
Seeing no one in the queue for comment, going once, going twice. Keelan, can you please call the roll on the amended emergency ordinance agenda item number 12?
Canal.
Yes.
Ryan.
Aye.
Elaine.
Aye.
Murillo.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Aye.
Zimmerman.
I'm just going to say, while I reject the idea that all first responders are in deep need of mental health, and I think the comments that were made a minute ago are deeply inappropriate in many ways, I am supportive of this. I vote aye.
Avalos.
The comments I made on the last resolution are the same for this one, and so I vote no.
Dunphy.
Thank you, colleagues, for all your hard work on getting to the defensible space. Thanks. I vote aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Turtle Guinea.
My same comments, Aaron, to you as I made to our other labor representatives who are here tonight. Aye.
The ordinance is passed as amended with 11 yes votes and 1 no vote.
Thank you. Counselors, we are over time at 10:20, but we've checked with staff and can keep going for a little bit longer if folks have the stamina to do so. We have four more agenda items. I don't believe we can get through all of them, but I'm hoping we can get through a little bit more. Are folks open to continuing?
What does a little bit more mean? Like, what's the timing?
To table to the next council meeting.
I think I have the floor right now. And what my question is, did you allocate a specific amount of time, or did the staff tell us a specific amount of time we have left?
Staff have not given us a hard stop for tonight, no. And I have not allocated a specific amount of time. My intent would be to ask this same question about our willingness to keep moving before each of the upcoming agenda items and take them one at a time and see how folks are doing. Okay. Do we have, it sounds like we have an objection to continuing moving.
Yes.
We take Councilor Canal, you are in the queue. I'm sorry, I thought that was a legacy hand.
Oh, that was a new one. My question for you, Madam President, is if we were to not be able to get whatever number of items we can't get through tonight, are they by necessity going to the next council meeting, or is there the recess opportunity?
Our normal recess time is Thursday afternoons, but we have a land use hearing scheduled for tomorrow that will take at least the entire 3 hours. It is possible, the way we have committees scheduled, we do have Wednesday mornings and Thursday afternoons free on committee weeks. What I don't know sitting here right now is whether our support staff can add another meeting to our busy committee weeks. But what I would do if we recess was work with staff to figure out if there is an available time to recess to between now and the next council meeting. And if not, they would go to the top of the next council meeting agenda, which I will note is also a very, very full agenda.
Yeah, then I would be supportive of pursuing a potential recess if, for whatever, we can't get to tonight, which would leave you the opportunity to find other time if it is available.
See a sidebar happening with the folks who do have the next agenda item. And the next two things on the agenda, we have been told it's important to do today if we can. Mike Jordan, do you have? Councillor Koyama Lane?
So I was going to say that I'm under the impression that for the next agenda item, there's a sense of urgency because of a timeline, but maybe that's for this commission.
The change in the code is necessary as we move forward with appointments soon for the commission. And I know that that's been in the works for a long time. However, I do not think there's a drop-dead date on this.
Councilors, my suspicion is that the next agenda item won't be terribly controversial, but that there may be a lot of conversation about the three after that. I would suggest that we at least get through the next agenda item and then perhaps reevaluate. And seeing nods from the vast majority of people. Okay, Keelan, could you please call agenda item 13?
Add Sustainability and Climate Commission Code.
I believe we have a committee staff summary for this agenda item. And Vivian, we generally don't do presentations at council. So we're gonna do the committee staff summary, and then if you wanna stay up there in case we have questions for you, that's great, but we'll let our committee staff take it away. And Ashley, welcome. I think this is your first time doing a committee staff summary for us. Thank you for being here. If you could introduce yourself and then go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam President and councilors. For the record, my name is Ashley Hernandez, and I serve as a staff to the Governance Committee. The ordinance before you, document number 2025-118, was considered in the Governance Committee on April 7th, where it was referred to the City Council as amended, with a recommendation for the ordinance is passed. And the ordinance adds City Code Chapter 3.136 related to the new Sustainability and Climate Commission. Chapter 3.136 describes the purpose, membership, and terms, duties, and procedures for the commission. The ordinance also amends City Code Chapter 3.3 to remove the Sustainability and Climate Commission from the preview of the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. The committee adopted amendments prior to the moving to the full council. The effects of amendments on the original ordinance draft are summarized in the committee staff summary. The full impact statement of these items includes a financial and budgetary impacts and analysis, community impacts, and community involvement. One person testified during the committee meeting on March 31st, and the same individual submitted a written testimony. The testimony focused on aligning the new commission with the recommendation made by the Government Transition Advisory Committee, GTAC, regarding the clarify of the scope of purpose of city advisory bodies.
Thank you very much. Councillor Koyama Lane, you were the presiding chair for this meeting. Is there anything you'd like to add to the staff summary?
Just that these hardworking staff members have spent 2 years researching and engaging community to design the Sustainability and Climate Commission. Thank you for your hard work. This item before us is to codify this commission in our new form of government. The Governance Committee saw this item twice. Committee and public comment led to multiple amendments. Thank you for your work on those. And their current recruitment process has been underway since November 2024. The mayor's appointments will be seen by Climate Resilience and Land Use Committee after a robust recruitment and vetting process.
Thank you. Councilors, I see some hands up, and we do have a number of folks here who can answer questions. But first, Keelan, is there any public testimony signed up for this agenda item? I don't believe there is. No, that's okay.
I'm sorry, will you repeat the question?
Was there any public testimony signed up?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Councillor Zimmerman.
Thanks. I think my question is probably to the committee chair. There's an amendment, or a strike through, if you will, Exhibit A, and it looks like the powers and duties paragraph originally had it said the commission may, and then listed a lot of duties. And it looks like y'all changed it to the commission's powers and duties include but are not limited to. And I'm wondering if you can speak to the purpose of that change. And I asked that question from a position of, I think that some commissions and advisory councils and you name it type of committees have at times grown their own set of legs and run in a way that is a little bit rambunctious. And I'm curious about your thoughts here. And I say that also because there is another point where this commission will establish their own bylaws. So I was hoping you might be able to, if there was any discussion at committee about that amendment that was made to the document.
I'm going to see, would either of you like to respond? I know that a lot of the amendments were made based on the robust discussion had, and you all were part of that.
Good evening. For the record, Vivian Satterfield, Chief Sustainability Officer. Pardon this hour is usually not my best for my finest thinking to recall. The commission's powers and duties will be, the commission advises the mayor, city council, and city administrator, but the agenda is ultimately set by, in working with me. And so to the question of the striking of the may.
It's more to the point of adding but not limited to that is giving me concern, because I think that the best practice would be to define the role of the committees and not write a blank check. And so I'm trying to understand if there was a reason to this or if it was a politeness in our current form of English.
I cannot recall precisely without looking at further notes from that time. I apologize.
That's okay. I appreciate it because it kind of sounds like something we say, but we don't necessarily understand always what the meaning of it is. But it is giving me a little bit of pause, Chair, and I'm just, if there are strong feelings about it, I would welcome hearing those. But given the other one, and I'm not sure if this question will go to Robert Taylor, and I'm saying his name so he knows I'm about to ask him a question. Do most of our commissions, committees, advisory panels, et cetera, write their own bylaws as members, or do we provide those to those organizations when we create them?
Thank you, Counselor. For the record, Robert Taylor. It's 10:30 at night. It's past my bedtime.
I agree.
So I'm gonna do my best to answer that question. They do. The Office of Community and Civic Life has template bylaws that we give to them to try to help guide, but they have the ability, I think, usually to make adjustments to that to help guide their work.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. That was helpful.
Counselor, if I may, Vivian Satterfield, CSO. Looking back at the notes, this was a direct suggestion as a result of public comment. A member of the GTAC committee did offer public comment and suggested that the original language, the commission may, was a rather narrow reading, that was all they could do, and suggested that we add this additional language so it could reflect that the other duties could be vested by, and in this case, it would be myself, since the commission would be directly attached to my position. So that's from a member of the publics.
That's helpful. Thanks for looking it up on the fly, not knowing that question was coming. You know, I think that this council is who vests duties, and so I'm not particularly comfortable with that train of thought, and I think I understand where it looks like this kind of came from a GTAC side of things, but I do have a lot of concerns in how we use our volunteer commissions and keeping the scope of work within the scope of work and not in a world where I think mission creep has really defined so much of Portland civic engagement. And so I'm not a big fan of that first sentence on powers and duties, and I think what would be good for us to actually ensure that only this body gives duties and powers to the groups who advise us, and not individual staff members. But that's it for my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
I just want to say ditto, ditto, ditto to what Councillor Zimmerman just said. And let's take a vote.
Are you calling the question, or shall we continue with the discussion in the queue?
We can finish what discussion people have.
Okay. Councillor Canal.
First, I'd like to point out that in a previous agenda item, we were told that the people who weren't on the committee can't ask the questions, and evidently that's not going to be applied equally. And that's something concerning to me because that was told in an earlier item. Having said that, I actually agree with Councilor Zimmerman. I think we should be evaluating things here. I completely agree with all of your points, actually, on the question around the powers and duties. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation here. So with that said, I did propose an amendment to this, and I will formally propose it here. It strikes 3 words, a maximum of, under 3.136020, members and terms, Part A, first line. So it would change it from the commission consists of a maximum of 20 active members to the commission consists of 20 active members. And although I am proposing that one amendment, I'm very open if there's any others that anyone would like to. I'm very happy to hear them and discuss them. That's our job, and I'm very happy to do it.
I believe that was a proposed amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, that moves us into discussion on the amendment. There are a number of hands in the queue. Councillor Smith, is your hand up from your previous comment? Okay. Councillor Green, are you in the queue to speak to this amendment, or for when we come back to the underlying ordinance?
My point can straddle both of the items.
Go right ahead.
So I'll just speak to the amendment. I don't have an issue with the amendment. I think it's good to strike maximum. Makes it clear that we should try to target having a set number of active members. I want to speak to Councilor Zimmerman's concern. I actually think a committee is an extension of the administrative side of our government, and this committee would report to the Chief Sustainability Officer. And while we legislate by creating code changes and ordinances, what's left is to be established through administrative rule setting. And so I see this as a sort of this relationship between saying here are the powers enumerated, duties enumerated, but they are not limited to, provides discretion for the bylaws to be adaptable in relation to the Chief Sustainability Officer. And I think that's entirely appropriate with the delegation of powers in our government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Koyama Lane.
Yeah, I would like to speak to the amendment. I would also like to point everyone to number 9 in the proposed ordinance. So it is clear that we need to work on these advisory bodies. You all know this is something that we're talking about in governance, and that is why we added as number 9, that on March 31st, 2025, we actually had folks from the Office of Community and Civic Life come and present to us about the plan that we're working on with them. Well, they're working on it, and they will be including us to align and streamline, modernize all of these bodies. Part of why I feel comfortable not having it say exactly 20 or there being a little bit squishy, and I hear what you're saying, Councilor Zimmerman, is because this specifically outlines that this commission will be subject to this project, at which the point of it is to have some streamlining. And I've actually talked to these 2 people quite a bit and know that having 20 might be a stretch, that there's also a plan to have a lot of youth seats on here. And so there is some worry about having it say exactly 20 in case, youth might be a little, have their lives in flux a little bit, and the desire to not be out of compliance just because a couple people are not on this commission is something that I heard from them about wanting to be realistic. So I will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Novick, are you in the queue to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I actually was just going to say basically what the Vice President just said, that I'd be worried that if we say exactly 20, that might be suggest that the commission can't meet unless it has exactly 20 people. But maybe I'm just being paranoid.
Counselor Ryan, are you in the queue to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I will ditto being paranoid, and that's why I supported the suggestion from GTAC to make sure that we gave enough flexibility so they could start operating and move forward. And I'm really proud of how well they're doing on their recruitment, and it's going to be a great commission. I will not support the amendment.
Counselor Canal, we are back to you.
Thank you. So a couple things. First off, I found at least 10 other groups that have volunteers on them in city code. This is required, by the way. The city council previous in 2017 passed resolution 37328, which says that the category of advisory groups that include all those required by city code, charter, or state law have a set number of seats/members. When I looked in the code, the Citizen Review Committee, it says the committee will consist of 11 citizens. The code that creates the Community Board for Police Accountability, the CBPA, shall consist of 21 members. Water Quality Advisory Committee consists of 9 members. Public Utility Board will have 11 permanent members. The Urban Forestry Commission consists of 11 members. The New Portlanders Policy Commission will consist of 25 voting members. There are vast majority of them have a set number. In none of those cases have they ever said, oh, it says 11 people on the Citizen Review Committee, 1 seat is vacant, they can't meet. That has never been the interpretation. I think Robert, or actually, sorry, Heidi, if you're still here, to put you on the spot from the city attorney's office, but having read the entire public meetings manual and having brought 20 plus appointments to City of Portland advisory groups to this dais on that side, I know that it does not actually create that concern. What I noticed when I read the notes and heard the conversation at governance is that originally this was proposed as setting the number between 10 and 20, and that the conversation there was that was too broad of a range. By removing the lower end, that 10, and saying a maximum of, although it does not say a minimum number in any way, there is actually, if you read the rest of that section, a minimum of 8, because it says for a reserve for youth that can overlap with the membership must include at least 2 individuals from each of the city's 4 council districts. So it actually has created a broader range, changing from 10 to 20 to a maximum of 20. I can also say that recruiting youth, if one focuses on it, and by the way, we're not talking about the resolution that's going to come forward, but I'll just preview my statement that they did such a fantastic job at recruitment for this. It rivals only the Charter Commission in terms of how well they did recruiting it. And as long as we are doing our job, there's 630,000 Portlanders out there. We can find 20. We can find a hell of a lot more than 20. And so I am not concerned that they will fail to meet this. I'm not concerned that anybody that actually has the necessary support to do this work would ever fail to meet a number as small as 20. And so that's the sort of clarification. No other city code defined volunteer group has a maximum clause without a minimum clause. They either have a range, or they have a number. And the ranges, there are only 2 that do, and they're very narrow ranges. I mentioned the resolution that requires this, which is part of what establishes best practices for advisory committees. It allows for staff to predict the size and nature of their conversations. As we all know, a group of 5 is very different than a group of 12 in how the dynamics of that conversation go. As you can imagine, 8 and 20 are very different from each other. And finally, it gives certainty to the public that there will be a dynamic representative SCC, because it shows that the city will commit to trying to achieve 20. And if a person resigns and there's 19, it can keep going while we strive to achieve 20. And this is something we've done for hundreds of advisory groups. They're only the ones mentioned in city code that I went through, and I won't bore you with the rest. So I will stop here. Thanks.
Councillor Zimmerman.
Mine is for after the amendment is voted on.
Seeing no one else in the queue, Keelan, could you please call the roll on the amendment?
Aye.
Ryan.
No.
Cleamelane.
No.
Murillo,
No.
Novick,
I appreciate Councilor Canal's knowledge and his solving my paranoia. I also have made a personal commitment that I will strive to vote with Councilor Canal and against Councilor Zimmerman. As often as I vote with Councilor Zimmerman and against Councilor Canal, since I've already done the opposite today, I vote yes.
Clark,
No.
Green.
Yes.
Zimmerman,
No.
Avalos,
My vote is yes. I'm actually kind of surprised. This seems pretty obvious of a change that we should make, so yeah.
Dunphy,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Bertolini,
No.
the amendment is split vote and the motion fails.
I was worried that's what was happening there again. Councilor Zimmerman, you are in the queue for the underlying ordinance.
So I was looking at the financial impact. Are you able to describe, so it looks like PSEF funding is being used for staffing here and some commission work. What is that? What are you envisioning there? It looks like $450,000 of PSEF funds will be used for this program, I guess, inside civic life or inside sustainability.
Thank you for the question, Councilor Zimmerman. My position as a result of an ordinance that was passed by the prior city council moves me from the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability to the city administrator's office, myself, and this is Elaine Visca Livingstone, the Sustainability and Climate Commission coordinator. Those resources are for the two of our positions and our associated resources. For the sustainability the Sustainability and Climate Commission, we have been proactive and actually secured some outside resources through some grant funding through My Memorial Trust for the first year of its operations. But the PSEF funding specifically is for our two positions.
Thanks, that's helpful. Mr. Jordan, off the top of your head, do you know how much of the city administrator's team is supported by PSEF funds?
I don't off the top of my head, but I would.
Is it more than just those two?
I would suspect that it's not much more than just those two, if it's any more.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Councilor Canal?
My question, I guess, two-part, and it's sort of rhetorical to all colleagues. One is there anything that we're trying to do with relation to clarifying around the powers and duties? And the second thing is, are we comfortable with it still being 8 to 20, even if it's not a hard number? Just asking the question if anyone wants to comment on it. If not, I understand.
Councilor Smith, I saw that you were in the queue, but you're not now. Did you have comments to make?
Well, yeah, I do. And I feel like we're in a constitutional crisis once again. And we really need to settle this because this is not gonna go away.
Councilor Smith, I briefly mentioned before that there had been some conversations about expanding upon what's written around the duties of the mayor to break tie votes. I think this could be an opportunity for us to look to the chair of our governance committee and ask that that be added to the list of things that governance takes up in the coming weeks. Was that a thumbs up?
2 thumbs up.
Okay. Councilor Green.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to entertain the rhetorical question presented by Councilor Canal. You know, I supported the amendment because I think it's better to specify the number, and I think it's more consistent. The amendment failed. So in this situation, what I'm going to hope to lean on is that this did go through a pretty robust public process, that the bylaws section of this is an opportunity to clarify how we deal with our prioritizing the work of the committee and also the chief sustainability officer, and ensuring that we're always seeking to be as close to 20 as possible. So that's, I don't know if that's satisfactory, but that's how I'm thinking about it right now.
Councilor Canal, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you. The latter is definitely satisfactory. There is a lot of research that's been done around and conversations, including at this dais, about why it's not a good idea to have it be clarified in the bylaws. Most notably, you fill it to 20 people, they amend the bylaws to make it 19, force someone to get kicked out. That has happened. I'm not suggesting that would happen here, but I do think that having it be clarified outside of it, and this kind of goes back to, I think, Councilor Zimmerman's original question around the sort of distinction between a committee charter, which can be the code, and the bylaws. The distinction is effectively what we think should be within the realm of the members, the volunteers' authority to change on their own versus not. And so I that's not I definitely agree with the second part of that. And I know that in our conversations around this particular briefing that the CSO and team are, which by the way this is the team as I understand it, and we should fix that at some point. But the CSO and team wanting to and committing to achieving that number is something I do think is worth relying on, at least until we can figure this out in code. I will say that the advisory body's restructuring project is something I served on last year. We're in I think the 5th iteration of it at this point, and it cannot change code. Only council can change code. So at some point we will be deciding on this again, and that's just an important thing for us all to keep in mind. Thank you.
Councilors, I don't see anybody else in the queue. We did have a few people hint at other changes they might want to make, so I'm just giving us a few seconds here in case anybody else wants to get in the queue to propose additional amendments. Otherwise, Keelan, I think we could call the roll on the ordinance as introduced.
No.
Point of order. Is this not a first reading?
It is a first reading.
You know what? We just went through so many emergency ordinances that I was just on a roll. I apologize. That is my mistake.
No problem.
Thank you, Councilor Canal. I got caught up in our roll with emergency ordinances. This is not an emergency ordinance, so this will move to the second reading calendar at our next council meeting. Councilors, we are nearing 11 o'clock. Next agenda item, I suspect, is going to take a little bit more time. It was originally scheduled as a short agenda item, but since then we've had some folks raise concerns. Do you all want to keep going, or should we let our staff go home?
Let's go. Let's keep going.
Hold on, Councilor Smith. I'm looking at some faces saying different things.
Even Spinal Tap only went to 11.
Can I get a thumbs? Well, actually, let me say this first. We can choose to continue our conversation at a special meeting. To schedule a special meeting, we need 7 councilors to sign a request to the auditor for a date that has not been previously scheduled. I want to have time, if we're going to move things, to talk to the clerk about the best time to do that. So I would suggest that if we don't get through our whole agenda today, folks allow me until Friday to get you a proposal for a special meeting for sometime next week. But that Friday, I would ask for an additional 6 of you to sign on to something with me to schedule that. So we do have a means to schedule something next week. Councilor Clark.
Don't we have an extra week, some time on the week of the 28th?
We do. We have an extra week this month, so we could do that as well. And that might be easier for our staff.
Yes, but Councilor Clark, don't forget that week, a lot of us are going to be at that conference. The League of Cities conference. So just FYI, because I know
I'll check with people's schedules and check with the clerk if we need to do that. Are folks in the queue to discuss this, Councilor Zimmerman?
Madam President, I would move to suspend the remainder of this agenda to a future date. I would also move that this body start seriously considering meeting weekly. This is the 4th month in a row where we have something these are important items that are coming up, very important items. They deserve people who are engaged. It is 11 o'clock. This is becoming deeply unserious. We continue to do this. This is the largest city in the state of Oregon. We should be meeting. I do not care what GTAC or anybody said. We should be meeting as a council every week. And nighttime meetings should be minimized to items that do not get protracted into long debates as this is. So again, I will move that we suspend the remainder of this agenda until a future meeting so they get the time they deserve.
Is there a second to that motion or not?
I'll second it, though I don't agree with all the analysis, but I agree with all the proposals.
Whereas is and therefores. Councilors, any discussion, or should we move to discussion? Councilor Green?
Are we going to take a vote?
I will ask for unanimous consent once we get through discussion.
Yeah.
Councilor Green?
Briefly, I'm going to agree that there is no way we can take up these items in any reasonable measure at this hour and beyond. But I agree that we need to have weekly council meetings. We just need to do what it takes to figure that out. And then finally, this bonding ordinance, I'll just say this is probably going to create the need for an emergency ordinance that by kicking this down the road. And I only say that because it's a strategy for freeing up general fund resources that we're going to need to fund our programs in the next fiscal year. So that's what I'll say. I'm going to support tabling this.
Councilor, I believe if we have an interim meeting, this would still be second read at the same meeting that it would be if we did it today, so we wouldn't need to move to an emergency ordinance. But if instead we bump things to the next agenda, you're right, we likely would. Councilor Smith? Are you in the queue there?
Yeah, I am in the queue. I agree that we need to be in a more coherent kind of state. I mean, I can go as long as people can go, but I want people to be, I think people have made their decisions on what they want to do too, in that part. But I think that other folks want to have a conversation, a longer conversation. And I am for that longer conversation, but if we start this, we're probably not going to get finished until about 1 o'clock in the morning.
Councilor, that's...
And I want to be assured that we're going to get this done within the next week, because this has been hanging for far too long.
Thank you, Councilor. I assure you that between the next 2 weeks, I will find us a time. The next 2 weeks, because that still allows us to put things on the next council agenda for second reading. It won't slow down the final work on these. Councilors, we have a motion and a second, and I think we can do this by unanimous consent.
Sure.
What do our attorneys think? Are there any objections to, I believe this would be, this is not, are we ending the meeting and then scheduling a special meeting? I think it is. I think we would be adjourning the meeting to schedule a special meeting. Are there any objections? Okay, without objection, I will adjourn the meeting. And councilors, I will get you a proposal by Friday on an additional date to add a special meeting so that we can continue this work.